We have established a tradition of daily webinar of IUMP through the IUMP school during the IMPW week. At the time of recording this message in January 2022, it's not clear if in-person events will be possible in different countries during IMPW 2022. Thus, we encourage all medical physics colleagues to organize online events. The events can be in different forms to meet the objective of IMPW, which are essentially three. Number one, popularizing the profession among other colleagues in clinical and non-clinical field. Number two, promoting medical physics among physics colleagues to let them know how their students can find a career in medical physics. Number three, to let medical physicists know how they can do better in patient care, whether in diagnosis, in therapy, research, education training, and vast areas of patient care. And finally, many times we are asked about the theme of IMPW. While we in IUMP decide the theme for IDMP every year, we leave the issue of theme open for organizers. So it is all up to you to decide if you want to work with a particular theme during IMPW or keep it open. You may look the IMPW 2022 page on IUMP website for topics and speaker for this year IMPW. Happy celebrations of IMPW and congratulations for staying safe so far, and best wishes for the continued safety and good health. Ciao.
Thank you, Mr. Rehani. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next speech, we would like to request the honor from the Chief of Indonesian Association Physicists in Medicine, AFISMI, Mr. Supriyanto Arjomawiro, to kindly proceed the spotlight to deliver the opening remarks and also to appreciate this important meeting by officially opening this webinar.
Okay, thank you, MC Safi'i. International panelist, Professor Anchali Kisanachinda from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, Professor Donald McLean from Canberra Hospital, Australia, local speaker Ibu Taruni Yati Handayani from Bapeten National Regulatory Agency, Dr. Beni Zulkarnain from Cipto General Hospital, and Dr. Lukmanda Ivan Lubis from Universitas Indonesia, representative of AFISMI. Our senior and mentor in AFISMI, Indonesian Medical Physics Society, Professor Jarwani, Professor Wahyu Setiabudi, Dr. Freddy Haryanto, also as the chairman of SIFOM, Pak Sudarto Wahab, Bu Ratih, and Pak Yekti. Member of the board of AFISMI, attending this national webinar, delegates from Ministry of Health, from Bapeten, and also from BRIN, and our members, delegates, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for everyone. It is a great honor for the Aliansi Fisika Medik Indonesia, Indonesian Association of Physicists and Medicine, and Konsil Tenaga Kesehatan Indonesia, Indonesian Health Workforce Council, Ministry of Health, organized international webinar on diagnostic reference level today. Welcome to all participants in this international webinar. For your information, beside our member, this webinar attended by our neighbor country and also from another society. I hope that we get benefit from our activity to learn and experience some speakers to talk about the diagnostic reference level. For your information, Professor Anjali Krishnachinda from Thailand initiated working group in ASEAN region and also collaborate with Professor Donald McLean from Australia to establish ASEAN DRL. Working group has been started 1 or 2 years ago and still working until now to how to collect and also to discuss the data from the region. I believe that the 2 panel experts from ASEAN and also Australia will give knowledge and update about the diagnostic reference level in ASEAN and international perspective. And on the other hand, the local expert also will gain our knowledge from the collection and implementation of the data in the clinical or medical physics perspective. I also want to mention that this webinar is also a part of the International Medical Physics Week. As you hear some speech from the Madan Rehani, is the chairman of president of International Organization Medical Physics, that we actually already celebrated International Medical Physics Week 2 weeks ago. For this webinar, I want to make report that the registered participants in this webinar is around 740 actually. Consists that the 523 from the member of the Indonesian Association of Medical Physicists and more than 200 delegates from the medical doctors, radiographers, and also the public. Furthermore, the webinar also attended by more than 40 international participants from Thailand, Vietnam, Brunei, Algeria, Pakistan, Sudan, Iraq, England, and also India. Thank you very much to spending your time to attending this exciting webinar. I want to thanks to organizing committee to help me work hard to make this meeting happen and also working smoothly. I want to thanks to sponsor that already contributed to International Medical Physics Week 2002 that already actually this webinar is also part of the International Medical Physics Week. On behalf of the Council Tenaga Kesehatan Indonesia in the Indonesian Workforce Council, I am officially open this international webinar, the role of the DRL in diagnostic radiology during the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe that all participants will take advantage to learn and also improve the knowledge in the field of medical physics, especially in the diagnostic radiology physics and also in the DRL, that we hope this activity also will induce the international collaboration in the research and education, and also training with the international community, with the Indonesian medical physics community. Thank you very much. Enjoy your webinar, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the lovely speech from Mr. Supriyanto. Now, as the webinar has officially opened, I would like to moving forward to our core lectures from Professor Anjali Krishnachinda, PhD, and from Professor Donald McLean, PhD. For the first session, we will have Dr. Hairul Anam as the moderator for this topic. All the presentation and discussion in this session will be moderated by Dr. Anam. Dr. Hairul Anam is a lecturer from Universitas Diponegoro, Semarang. Dr. Anam graduated from Universitas Diponegoro for his bachelor. Then he continued his master in Universitas Indonesia. In 2018, Dr. Anam got his doctor from Institut Teknologi Bandung. Now, Dr. Anam does research in medical physics, biophysics, and computational physics. His latest work are design and implementation of organ dose calculation in CT scanning, estimation site-specific dose in CT, bolus material composition, site-specific dose estimate on thoracic CT examination, and automated verification field size in clinic. Before we go into our first session, I would like to inform to all participants that you may check the Q&A box and then check the answer list, because there are available our attendance list there. So please pay attention and please fill the list if you want to take some certificate at the end of the webinar. And then second, during the presentation of this first lecture, you may also type your question in the Q&A box if you find maybe you have some questions. So just right away to type your question in Q&A box. So with this, I would like to invite to the spotlight Dr. Hairul Anam, and then Dr. Hairul Anam, you may take over from now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening for all participants. I believe that webinar is attended by the participants from around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, dear all respected participants and honorable speakers, this is a first session of our international webinar on the role of diagnostic reference level in diagnostic radiology during COVID-19 pandemic. In this session, we will have inspiring talks by the well-known international expert, Professor Anjali from Thailand, and Professor McLean from Australia. The talk are about diagnostic reference level, and it is proven from many studies that the DRL is an effective tool for optimization the radiation dose in the radiologic examination. However, question may arise: what is the DRL? What is important is it? How to collect to establish the DRL? All these issues will be discussed clearly in this webinar. This first session will be about 2 hours, 90 minutes for presentation and other 30 minutes for discussion. And the discussion will be conducted at the end of the session. Please prepare your question. And I hope all participants are pleased to write question in the meeting chat during the presentation. I believe this is an important meeting. Please use an important occasion to get knowledge, experiences as much as possible for our distinguished speaker. Our speaker is Professor Anjali Krisana Zinda. She received a bachelor degree from the Chulalongkorn University, and she received a Master of Science in Radiation Physics from UK, and her PhD is from Chicago Medical School, the Friends University of Health Science, USA. And her current position is associate professor in Chulalongkorn University. She is also former of head section of nuclear medicine and former chair in master science in medical physics program in Chulalongkorn University. She is also former chair of PhD program in medical physics in Chulalongkorn University, and she is also president of Thai Medical Physicists. And now his department is the Department of Radiology, Faculty of Medicine, Chulalongkorn University. She is one of the 50 medical physicists by the International Organization of Medical Physicists. She is also initiated the Asian DRL. Professor Anjali now will deliver a topic toward Asian DRL. Professor Anjali, the time is yours. Please, Professor Anjali. Professor Anjali will deliver speech directly or by the recording video. Okay.
By recording, please.
Okay. This is the committee. The recording of the Professor Anjali video.
The sound is missing. The committee, please check the sound is missing.
The committee. Yeah, we wait for minutes. The committee, the mic
Government
is.
shall ensure that the diagnostic reference level are established. Furthermore, AEA Basic Safety Standard Requirement number 38. The title is Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to be invited by the Indonesian Association of Physicists in Medicine for the international webinar titled The Role of Diagnostic Reference Level in Diagnostic Radiology During COVID-19 Pandemic. The title for today is Towards ASEAN Diagnostic Reference Level. I am Anjali Krishnachinda from Department of Radiology, Faculty of Medicine, Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok, Thailand. First of all, I would like to introduce to you from the International Atomic Energy Agency Basic Safety Standard, requirement number 34. The title is Responsibility of the Government Specific to Medical Exposure. So the government shall ensure that the diagnostic reference level are established. Furthermore, AEA Basic Safety Standard Requirement number 38. The title is Optimization of Protection and Safety. According to the diagnostic reference level, the registrants and licensees shall ensure that local assessments are made for those radiological procedures for which diagnostic reference level have been established. A review is conducted to determine whether the optimization of protection and safety for patients is adequate. For example, if a typical dose or activities exceed the relevant diagnostic reference level, or the typical doses or activities fall below the relevant diagnostic reference level, and the exposure do not provide useful diagnostic information or do not yield the expected medical benefit to the patient. It is very important to define the concept and practical of a diagnostic reference level because there will be a lack of knowledge on the concept of diagnostic reference levels in the medical community. And sometimes diagnostic reference levels are used as a dose limits and applied to individual patients. The name of a diagnostic reference level may be confusing, and there is a need to improve the use of a diagnostic reference level. So this is why we have to confirm about the concept and the practical of a diagnostic reference level first. So what diagnostic reference level are or are not? So from this graph, you can see that it is a distribution of the patient dose from the lumbosacral joint examination. The entrance surface dose in a unit of milligray started from 0 milligray until 135 milligray. So it is at 75% of the practice survey can achieve a diagnostic lumbosacral joint protocol for less than 67 milligray of the entrance surface dose. So it means that the diagnostic reference level for lumbosarcoid examination is 67 milligray, and 75% is lower than this level. So the diagnostic reference level is a 75th percentile of a distribution. So what are not the diagnostic reference level? Diagnostic reference level are not a dose limit. So it is only a level of a diagnostic reference. The most important is image quality, which is the first priority. Poor image quality is absolutely poor. The International Commission on Radiological Protection, publication number 135, the title is Diagnostic Reference Level in Medical Imaging. DRL, a diagnostic reference level, may be established by authorized bodies. And in Thailand, the authorized body is the Department of Medical Science, Ministry of Public Health in Thailand. Furthermore, the numerical values of DRLs are advisory. However, in authorized body may require implementation of a diagnostic reference level concept. Diagnostic reference level value is considered to be consistently exceeded when the local median value is greater than the local, national, or regional DRL values. So DRL values shall not be used for individual patients or individual examination or as a trigger, for example, alert or alarm levels for individual patients. Let's move to dose quantities. In this graph, you can see the X-ray tube, and it is equipped with a collimator. The capmeter is attached to the end of the collimator in order to measure the Akkerman area product. So there are three levels or three quantities that we have to measure from this X-ray for the examination. The first quantity is X-ray tube output Y in the bracket of a D, where D is a distance from the focal spot to the point in air, which is a reference point. So at this point, it is an X-ray tube current, and the distance is a D. The second quantity is a distance from focal spot to patient surface distance, or D subscript is a FSD, or focal spot skin distance. There will be two measurements. The first one is incident Akkerman, or KI, without backscatter. And the second is intrasurface Akkerman, or KE. This will include the backscatter. The third, those quantities will be the distance from focus to image receptor. The image receptor is under the patient couch. So it is a dose that the image receptor receive. So the distance from focal spot to image receptor is a DFID, or focal spot image receptor. So those quantities should be measured before using with examination in diagnostic imaging. Furthermore, we can measure or estimate the absorbed dose to tissue and the organ dose, which is D subscript T. So the next dosimetric quantities, the symbols and the units are displayed on this table. There are 6 modalities for the basic radiological examination. Start from general radiography, intraoral radiography, computed tomography, mammography, interventional radiology, and finally it is a nuclear medicine. The basic dosimetric quantities are Akkerman area product. The symbol is a pKa. And other symbol is a cap or depth. The unit is a gray centimeter square. The next is entrance surface air kerma or KE. Other symbol is ESAC or ESD, and the unit is a milligray. For the intraoral radiography, it is a measurement of incident air kerma area product for panoramic and cone beam CT. So it is similar to general radiography. For the computed tomography, there are two basic dosimetric quantities. Those are computed tomography dose index volume or C-vol or CTDI volume. The unit is a milligray. And dose length product, DLP, and the unit is a milligray centimeter. For the mammography, the basic dosimetric quantity is a mean granular dose, MGD, and the unit is MGY or milligray. For the interventional radiology, there are three dosimetric quantities from air kerma area product. Incident air kerma at the patient entrance reference point, it is a plus minus KR, or cumulated air kerma, unit is a milligray. And the number of images is also very important. The symbol is N. And finally, for nuclear medicine, we record or do the survey of administered activity. A unit is a megabecquerel or millicurie. Or we can estimate the administered activity per body weight. A/W, the unit is megabecquerel per kilogram. So this is a basic dosimetric quantities that used in Department of Radiology with a symbol and units. National and European recommendations for the establishment and use of diagnostic reference levels. There are several organizations, for example, International Atomic Energy Agency or IAEA. The publication for the IAEA is to promote approach of a clinical indication of a diagnostic reference level. For the ICRP, it is report number 135, clarification of terms and use of a diagnostic reference level. For European Common, it is a European Basic Safety Standard Directive. And the European Society of Radiology, they have a Eurosafe Imaging Initiative. It is a EUCLID, which is a European study on clinical diagnostic reference level and pediatric DRL or PDRLS. Finally, it is American College of Radiology. American College of Radiology registry and a diagnostic reference level according to patient size, it is a water equivalent diameter. So this is International Commission on Radiological Protection, publication number 135, and the title is Diagnostic Reference Levels in Medical Imaging, that we follow these recommendations. The ICRP definition on a diagnostic reference level, there are two definitions. The first one is a DRL quantities. DRL quantity is a radiation dose quantity or metric, for example, CTDI volume or DLP. It is amount of ionizing radiation used to perform medical imaging tasks. For the diagnostic reference level value, it is a 75th percentile of medians of diagnostic reference level quantity distribution observed as multiple facilities. For the regional diagnostic reference level, it can be based on the median values of the available national diagnostic reference level. So the definition is start from national and the regional. So let me summary of a diagnostic reference level in 10 items. The first one is a general diagnostic reference level. Diagnostic reference level process should be used to evaluate in routine circumstances the amount of ionizing radiation applied for medical imaging procedures at a local healthcare facility. And when we assess for the representative sample of patients, for example, about 20 to 30 patients, and the size is a standard size for a defined clinical task. So if it is too high or it is too low, so it means that that is the problem of a patient dose from each study. Summary number 2. Diagnostic reference level may be established by authorized body. Furthermore, the numerical values of a diagnostic reference level are advisory. Organization responsible for the diagnostic reference level should be identified in each country or in the region. The DIL values shall not be used as trigger or levels for individual patients or individual examinations. A DIL is considered to be exceeded when the local median value is greater than the local, national, or regional diagnostic reference level values as mentioned in the previous slide. So this is an example of a Thailand diagnostic reference level announced in the year 2021 for general radiography in adults. The authority is Department of Medical Science, Ministry of Public Health of Thailand. And in the protocols, there are several studies on chest PA. The diagnostic reference level of the entrance surface dose is 0.3 milligray. Abdomen AP it is 3.8 milligray, while the pelvis AP is 3.1. Lumbar spine AP is 3.8. Lumbar spine lateral is the highest value of 9.8. Skull AP and PA is 2.6 milligray, and skull lateral is 2.1 milligray. So this is an example of a Thailand diagnostic reference level for general radiography in adults. The organizations contribute to Thailand diagnostic reference level are as the following. So this has been reported in the announcement and also on the website of several professional society contribute to diagnostic reference level in Thailand. Summary number 3 for the general diagnostic reference level. The highest priority is achieving for the right image quality sufficient for clinical purpose. So image quality must be evaluated as part of a diagnostic reference level process. The second item is all individuals who have a role in subjecting a patient to medical imaging procedures should be familiar with the diagnostic reference level process as a tool for optimization of protection. Therefore, the concept and proper use of a DIL should be included in the education and training programs of the health professionals like medical physicists, radiologists, and radiological technologists who involve in the medical imaging with ionizing radiation. Summary number 4 of a diagnostic reference level quantities. The quantities used for DIL should assess the amount of ionizing radiation applied to perform the medical imaging task and should be easily measured or determined. The diagnostic reference level quantity should be appropriate to the imaging modalities being evaluated, to the specific study performed, to the specific size of the patient. So mostly in each country we have a patient size of a standard size, for example from 45 to 75 kilogram, which is a specific size of the patient. And the Commission stressed that The radiation protection quantity of effective dose should not be used as a diagnostic reference level quantity because it will need the conversion factor to apply to get the effective dose. Summary number 5 of the DIL quantities. The DIL quantities for CT are CT dye volume and the DLP. Furthermore, the number of scan sequences in the examination is included. The radiation dose must increase with the patient size, so the DLL should therefore account for the patient size. For example, in the CT, it is the effective diameter or the water equivalent diameter of the patient at the part of the body. Furthermore, the clinical indication-based diagnostic reference levels, CDILS, are more appropriate than anatomical-based DIL, and stratifying per patient in the term of a body mass index, BMI, allowed a better optimization of CT doses. The CTDI volume is considered for each sequence, but the DLP is a cumulative DLP for the entire examination. Summary number 6, DIL quantities. Compliance with the DIL does not indicate that the procedure is performed at an optimized level. So additional improvement is the use of a 50th percentile of a distribution to set the national or regional DIL value. So it is a percentile 50 versus percentile 75. The Commission also recommended that the phantom is not sufficient for most cases for the determination or the survey of a DIL quantities. Summary number 7, survey and registry. National surveys and registries for setting a diagnostic reference value should normally include medium and large size of healthcare facilities that have a sufficient workload. For large countries, a survey of a random selection of a small proportion, for example 30 to 50% of the whole country or the whole healthcare facilities, can be selected to provide good starting point for setting national diagnostic reference level value, if no method for automatic data collection exists. So we use the manual survey. Summary number 8, setting diagnostic reference level value. DIL values are dependent on the state of practice and the available technology at a particular point in time. The median values, not the mean, of the distribution of data collected from a representative sample of patients within an agreed weight range should be used for comparison with DIL values. So you have to determine the median value or 50 percentile of a distribution of patient dose. For the national diagnostic reference value, it should be set at 75th percentile of median values. And for the regional or multinational DIL values are created and they should be set at the median value of the national DIL values. Summary number 9, setting DIL values. The local diagnostic reference value values set by a group of a radiological department, it can play a role. So this is first start with local DIL values. When the number of facilities or X-ray room is small, the median of the distribution of values of DIL quantity is recommended as a typical values. So typical values can be set for newer technologies that enable decreased amount of radiation to be used in achieving a similar level of image quality. Summary number 10, the diagnostic reference level in clinical practice. The diagnostic reference level audit process does not stop after a single assessment, So repeat evaluation are required following any optimization. So usually we collect the data from the survey and we get the first diagnostic reference level as a baseline. And then we follow with optimization, try to reduce the patient dose from 5 to 10% in order to get a second diagnostic reference level. The local survey of diagnostic reference level quantities should normally be performed as part of a quality assurance program, unless these data are continuously submitted to the registry, in which case review of the registry data should be performed. Then I would like to introduce to you on the Council Directive. So this is from Euratom in the year 2013. So in the European Commission, they start from laying down basic safety standards for protection against the dangers arising from exposure to ionizing radiation. Member states of the European Commission had 4 years. The target is in the year 2018 to bring into force the laws, regulations, and administrative provisions. 2013 Basic Safety Standard, not really new. So consolidating different European radiation protection laws into a single piece of legislation, it is a directive. For example, 89 Euratom, it is a public information directive. In 90 Euratom, it is outside workers directive. 96 Basic Safety Standard directive. 97 Medical Exposure and Directive. 2003 Euratom High Activity Sources. Furthermore, Article number 55 is a justification followed by optimization, responsibility, procedures, training and recognition, equipment, special procedure during pregnancy, accidental and unintended exposures, estimation of population doses, dose limits for occupational exposure. And finally, it is a practices involving the deliberate exposure for non-medical imaging purpose. So this is a European Common that would like to establish the diagnostic reference level. So the diagnostic reference level is mandatory in the region of a European Common, but some country is partially established. CT is outdated and quite existing in interventional and pediatric imaging. So in this map, you can see that the blue color is a diagnostic reference level exists. The dark blue color, it is a diagnostic reference level exists from other resources. And the gray color, it is there is no diagnostic reference level. And the other one is the green color. The green color, there is only one, there is no reply or there is no sources from that country. So the majority is a light blue of diagnostic reference level exists in the European Common. So we have to learn from the European Commission on the establishment of a diagnostic reference level. Multi-stakeholders consist of radiologists, medical physicists, and radiographers or radiological technologists. Clinical components of radiation protection started with the risk-benefit. This is a clinical driven, particularly in interventional procedures of very high doses and pediatric imaging, which is a lack of doses or difficult to do the survey, followed by the justification step. This is a crucial and is in essence clinically based. Then it is a dose exposure, followed by other imaging options, for example, ultrasound. And finally, the clinical indication which drives the protocol. So in this graph, you can see that the clinical indications for the part of a chest CT, so it can cover the indication of a calcium on the bottom, embolism at the middle, and a nodule in the upper photo. So this is a clinical indications of 3 indications. And then we have to consider about the image quality. The image quality is controlled by protocol. So we need to create 3 protocols in order to have enough information for the image quality for each clinical indication. And after we have the protocol, then we consider about exposure. So this is a clinical indication that reads to the exposure values. So for one anatomical location, for example, chest CT, there are 3 different clinical indications, 3 different protocols, and 3 different exposure. The exposure protocol should be primarily based on clinical indications, not on the anatomical location. So this is a new concept that I would like to introduce to you, that we move from anatomical location into clinical indications. And what we need to do is we have to do the research. We will start from 1 or 2 local center in order to get the clinical indication. So the local diagnostic reference level should be established by your own practice. You can improve only what you measure. This is a quality management tools. So the establishment of local diagnostic reference level and of local dose repository. So we have to review the process of the patient dose distribution. Local diagnostic reference level should also be established. Your DRL reflect your population and the equipment. So in here there are 3 sizes of the patient, from small, medium, and large size. So this is a new concept that we have to separate the patient into 3 groups, and we will have 3 diagnostic reference level for individuals. So this is between local diagnostic reference level and the national diagnostic reference level. On the local DRL, it is automatic recording. It is local repository, pace of technical changes, and indication based, and the practice is improved. So this is a quality management tools for patient center. On the right side, national diagnostic reference level, we do the sampling. So the whole country, probably we sample about 30 to 50% of all facilities in the country. And then we have a national values of a diagnostic reference level. And this level will be fixed for the period of 5 years. It is only an anatomy based, for example, head, chest, abdomen, and its practice improvement. So regulatory compliance tools, and it is a population oriented. Short summary of a basic safety standard. So it started from patient exposure information as part of an examination report. Dose optimization is a second step, is a mandatory. The diagnostic reference level are mandatory. The use of guideline is mandatory. Clinical audits is also mandatory. And the information to patients on benefits and risks prior to exposure is very important. Finally, I would like to introduce to you about dose index registry. This is from the American College of Radiology. American College of Radiology Dose Index Registry, or DIR, is one of the 8 registries that comprise the National Radiology Data Registry, or NRDR. So this is mostly in the United States, and American College of Radiology will take care of this as well as from the RSNA. So in conclusion, the recommendations of the ICRP publication 135 and URESAFE imaging will be used to set up the project of a clinical indication of a diagnostic reference level in Thailand. This will be the pilot study in Thailand and also in the region of ASEAN countries. So we already have a national diagnostic reference level in Thailand that's announced in the year 2021. And after that, we will continue by using the clinical indication of a diagnostic reference level at the local centers. So we learned from European Commission or from the EU that the diagnostic reference level is mandatory. But in the European countries, it is partially established in the blue color, light blue, and the CT is outdated. And quite existing in interventional because it's a high dose, and a pediatric imaging because it's difficult to get the data of DIL in the pediatric studies. So you can see the establishment of DIL in light blue and also dark blue, but the gray color, it is a country without diagnostic reference level. And the green color, it is no information, no reply from the country. So from diagnostic reference level in the European Commission, it will leading to or towards of a ASEAN diagnostic reference level. So our ASEAN members, we have 11 countries, start from Myanmar, Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Brunei, East Timor, and the Philippines. So among these 11 countries, we start from the first country of establishment is Thailand in the year 2021 of about 8 modalities announced for diagnostic reference level, and will be followed by other countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines later, and finally within a 3 to 5 years, all of ASEAN DIL should be established. So it will be our regional diagnostic reference level. Some country like a small country like Cambodia or Laos or Brunei, if they could not establish the national diagnostic reference level, so they can use the regional diagnostic reference level to compare with their local diagnostic reference level. So this is a benefit of the regional diagnostic reference level for ASEAN. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Anjali, for a very nice talk. We continue to the next speaker, and the discussion will be carried out at the end of the session. Our next speaker is Professor Donald McLean. He is a principal medical physicist at Canberra Health Services. He provides regional care to more than 500,000 people, including diagnostic radiology, mammographic breast screening, and radiation oncology. As a medical physicist specializing in diagnostic radiology, his work involves the image quality of imaging equipment used for cancer detection, radiation dose to patient, and general radiation safety aspect for practice. As an IEA employee, he was involved in the clinical training of medical physicists since 2006. He was appointed to overseeing the development of the clinical training guidelines for medical physicists for radiation oncology diagnostic radiology and nuclear medicine as part of the regional project in the Asia Pacific region. Professor Donald McLean will deliver a topic on the data collection technique for institution, local, national, and regional diagnostic reference level. Professor McLean, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Just give me a moment while I load my talk. Screen. Okay, can you see the screen?
Not yet, Professor.
Great. Okay. Yeah, please let me know if the sound goes bad or if the images are not coming up well. But let me start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak with you. It's really a privilege to be part of this webinar that you have. And I'd like to just tell you why. Here's a short introduction. My association with Indonesia professionally started in about 2006, 2007 with the IEA project at Banjarmasin, radiotherapy.
I'm sorry, Don, I think your slide is not coming.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. I wonder what I can do. Let's have a look. Okay. Okay, right. Sorry, you can see my slide now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Already.
I go back to the beginning. Okay. The slides are okay?
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you. Right. Things are moving around here. I'll try this here. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I was just mentioning that I started with my professional link with Indonesia in 2006, 2007 with the Radiotherapy Center at Banjarmasin. And that's also where I started working with Professor Juwani, who has a foundation, as we all know, of the work that's been done in medical physics in Indonesia, and also with Supri, Dr. Supri as well. And I also note that we had our diagnostic radiology workshop the next year, and then the year after that there was a diagnostic radiology workshop, another one, and also nuclear medicine. So that was 15 years ago, and you can see that through the work of University of Indonesia and the professional body and with the regulatory body and so forth, that a lot has been achieved in diagnostic radiology. And I think it's a real credit, especially for Supri, who has spearheaded a lot of this work. So I'm very pleased to be able to speak to you today in this area of diagnostic radiology. And I think we should start by looking for the reasons for DRLs, which really stem to the mitigating the dangers of medical exposure. So I'll just very quickly go through it. We know that from the beginning of radiation, there was a lot of tissue reactions on patients, and then there were a lot of deaths also of the early pioneers, the radiographers, radiologists, engineers, whoever was involved. But then things went quiet for a long time, and there was no apparent problems with diagnostic radiology until 2001. We had this headline which came about from work from David Brenner, who was a medical physicist from the UK, now working in the US as an epidemiologist. He made the statement that 1.6 million children who get CT scans will die as a result of those scans. Sorry, not all of them, but 1,500 approximately. In other words, 1 in 1,000 would die from this diagnostic procedure, which caused a huge response from radiologists and also from the public. And it led to a much closer view of diagnostic radiology. And in fact, when we look at the data that now comes from the US in terms of patient dose, it's actually dropped in the last 10 years compared to the 10 years previously, whereas before it just kept on going up and up every time the survey was taken. So just to look at that a little bit more closely, we're not interested in the effects, tissue effects now. We're really looking at cancer incidence or stochastic effects, probabilistic effects, which increase as the radiation dose increases. And this is verifiable. You can see the straight green line there, but there's the dotted line, which is an assumed relationship between radiation dose and cancer probability. And a lot of people think that the dots really aren't real. You know, even in radiation protection, there are people who doubt that these dots are real. And of course, this is so-called linear non-threshold idea, okay. But the threshold for that was about 100 millisieverts. But about 20 years ago, Brenner and Dole, Goodhead, etc., published this paper showing that in fact it's possible to track radiation dose with increased cancer levels down to about 10 millisieverts, which is a lot, which is significant because many of our CT procedures are in fact 10 millisieverts in effective dose or 20 millisieverts. So we have really good evidence to show that when we have a CT scan, that it has a strong probability of contributing to patient detriment. So this is an important finding, I believe. And I think it was 2019, we had Colin Martin from the ICRP speaking to us in Malaysia, and he brought our attention to this document, NCRP Commentary 27, which reviews 29 recent articles and shows that the majority indeed support the LMT model to varying degrees, and the 21% or 31% which don't support it in either were unreliable or inconclusive or had a null dose response. So there's more evidence to support it than not, I would say. So I would encourage you that we have a good basis to look at reducing dose in diagnostic radiology. So we've just had a very nice talk from Professor Anchili. And I'd just like to honor Professor Anchili for her work in Thailand, of course, but in the region particularly. And I think that her work in regional DRLs has been a real impetus throughout the region for diagnostic radiology to look at containing patient dose. And I think it's had a large effect and will continue to have a large effect. So while not wanting to go over the foundation that she's laid so nicely, I just want to pick out a few points that she said. But before that, if we look at how we want to control diagnostic radiology dose to patients, the first step is, of course, a strong regulatory and professional framework, which I know that Indonesia is ahead of Australia, for example, with a national body, whereas Australia and the United States, for that matter, have got statewide bodies, which is much more cumbersome. So a professional body, I think, is a very big advantage. And of course, just to summarize quickly, we have the licensing of users, which means people using radiation have appropriate training. And we have registration of equipment as two foundations, amongst many others, of course, where we have minimal acceptable standards of equipment. Another section we should look at is quality assurance. And the third we're focusing on today is diagnostic reference levels. Before moving on to that, I just want to say one slide's worth on quality assurance. The so-called 3Ds from Joel Gray in the United States he put forward that quality assurance is based on dose, diagnosis, and dollars. It's simple to understand, to remember. This, of course, well, this probably is the regulator's standpoint. You know, the dose is the most important thing. We must keep the dose low and so forth. Of course, there are other points of view. In the hospital setting, the radiologist, I'm sure, would think diagnosis was the most important thing. That's why they do it. Dose is important, etc. And then, of course, the administrator might just say, well, without the dollars, you can't do the diagnosis. You can't do what you want to do here. So there are different ways of looking at this. So it's good to think of, when even with DRLs, are we thinking about dose or diagnosis? So after all, they are called diagnostic reference levels. Why aren't they called dose reference levels? You know, this has sort of puzzled people at the beginning, especially. And I think the answer is just simply that dose is easier to measure, right? Diagnosis or image quality for diagnosis is a very difficult thing to quantify. But I think we need to acknowledge that good image quality is essential for radiology. Okay, so we shouldn't lose sight of that situation, even though we're taking the slightly easier road by measuring dose and trying to keep the dose as low as possible. Okay, so here's a section on DRLs. I won't linger too long on this because most of these points, in fact, all of them, I'm sure, have been indicated in the previous talk. Of course, with DRLs, we are trying to separate unusually high or low procedures or equipment or examinations from the majority of them. It's unusual to have low ones, but there are situations where you have excessively low examinations, which might mean the radiologists aren't doing their job well because they're not calling for higher image quality, or they may have a very good system going and the low dose is completely okay with the clinical situation. Importantly, we need to consider that DRLs are not dose limits. However, in Australia, we do require that people are part of a DRL program. It's a different thing, really. We're saying you need to be able to examine your doses. We're not saying that if you are below the DRL that that you lose your license or something like that. And ideally, we should be striving to set national DRLs, but if not, then we can use other countries' DRLs. For instance, in Australia, we have DRLs in CT, some interventional areas and nuclear medicine. But if I want to look at a DRL standard in dentistry or in plain X-ray, I need to turn to the US or more likely the UK values for those. Okay, so DRLs are really for typical examinations. So in a CT scan, there are hundreds of procedures. We're not doing DRLs for all. We're doing them for a small number of typical examinations. And we need to take note of the patient size. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Furthermore, DRLs don't apply to individual patients. They apply to a room, an X-ray room doing a certain procedure. And we'll always get large patients. And when they come, it's quite possible that their indicators, their dose indicators, will be above the DRL. So this in itself doesn't really matter. What matters is the general level of dose in that room for that particular procedure. Oh, sorry, I'll just move on from this one. Yeah, so, okay, so what is a DRL? It's obtained from surveys. I'd like to talk more about that because there are alternatives to that, but mostly we obtain the DRL collected data from surveys from several different health facilities. When we look at an institution and look at a particular room, we actually look at the median value of a dose survey. We compare it to a national or local DRL, and if it is greater, then we need to take some action towards optimization. And Chile has talked about this book, ICRP 135. Many of the ICRP documents probably are a little bit difficult to read sometimes, especially as a new physicist. They're a bit intimidating, but I found this document to be really quite easy to read, and many of the slides here have come as text directly from that document. So I really commend the reading of this document to you if you're involved in DRLs. Okay, here's an example. This is some text. In the title that I was given, I was asked to look at institutional, local, national, and regional collection methods. And this was a little bit interesting. There actually are four, it was spot on. Okay, there are 4 levels, but the first level here is typical values, and the second one here is local values. And here I was surprised to read that local values applies to X-ray rooms within a healthcare facility with at least 10 to 20 X-ray rooms. So a large hospital could well be a local, could well have local DRLs, but in most cases, it's unlikely that you will find 20 X-ray units in general X-ray, for example. And so local probably in this context, in the context of ICRP 135, probably refers to a local area or a province or an area of a number of health institutions coupled together. If you're looking at just one institution, be it a small hospital or a private clinic, for example, that would probably come under the area of typical health values. And I just want to talk a little bit more about that in a moment, because there are some important points there that come out of that discussion. We have also national. To my mind, this is really the most important one, the national DRL. This sets the standard for the whole country. And as we've heard, it's taken from the 3rd quartile of the median values from individual X-ray rooms throughout the country. And then the regional DRL that Anchili has inspired with us in the Southeast Asian region is really, it says there, it's the median value of the distribution of the national DRLs. It's really there to assist countries, as Anchili said, that cannot have their own national DRLs for whatever reason that might be, that they can actually utilize those instead. Okay, so let's look at the case of a facility with less than 10 X-ray units, and they are being asked to use typical values. So just consider a case where we have 3 CT scanners, A, B, C, and one of them has a low patient use and one of them has a one of them has a low patient use and also a high dose. Now, as I've seen in some publications, some work that's been broadcast, people have actually added up the doses for all 3 scanners, right? And when you do that, and then taken the 75th percentile, and you get a DRL, but it masks the impact of scanner A. In other words, scanner A actually has a high dose, whereas scanners B and C may have low doses. When you add them all together, you lose the fact that scanner A is in desperate need for optimization, whereas scanner B and C may be fine. So I think this is a little bit of a trap that we need to be careful of and make sure that if we have a small institution that we actually do the survey of each room individually and then sum those median scores either in a local DRL or in a national DRL. So, in fact, when it comes to local or national DRLs, actually the process is the same. They're both taken the 75th percentile of the median value of a dose audit for a particular room doing a particular procedure. So from now on, I won't be talking any more about local DRL collection because it's really the same, although on a smaller scale, as national DRL collection. Instead, we'll talk about the institution, which is the hospital or the private practice where the data is collected for the national DRL. Okay, so if we look at those, we can see what the relationship is between them. We have the institutional audit. This is where you do your dose audit to find out what the dose is to the patient for a particular procedure. You can then use that data to determine the national DRL, and then you use the national DRL data to determine the regional DRL data. Let's just go back a step and say, now who's involved in this process? So at the local institution, especially if you're using a survey type approach, this will have to involve local staff. So this would be either medical physicists or technologists, people who are familiar with doses and are familiar with the procedures that are involved. When we move on to national DRLs, it really is a large enterprise. So it needs government or maybe professional agency, but I suspect government backing to pay for the salaries of people to devote time to organising the project and doing the analysis and all the areas that are involved in that. For instance, in Australia, it's done by our radiation laboratory, and part of the duties of some of the physics staff there is actually to design and implement the national DRL for Australia. So I think this is properly a government position which needs to be well supported. When it comes to regional DRLs, well, this has been done out of Professor Anchili's office so far, and it involves a cooperation between all the nations involved, and it's really a combined approach of cooperation in comparing their national DRLs. So if we look at the institutional audit, the national DRL and the regional DRL, all the audit data must line up, okay? So that every institute which issues information for the national DRL must be doing the same thing. They must be using the same examinations, looking at the same dose indicators, looking at the same size of patients and so forth. And ideally, this should also follow through to the regional DRLs. Okay, so it's very good to have a collaborative approach between the countries so that all of the collection data can be aligned to get good national DRLs and regional DRLs. Okay, so if we look at the ICRP 135 methods for assessment of DRLs, we find that there are 4 different ways of collecting data. In fact, it's almost 2, but let's leave it at 4 at the moment. The first one is the patient survey. So this is based on patient data, not on particularly machine data. And this is relevant for CT, the whole range of general X-ray, interventional radiology, and certainly cardiology, and DEXA as well. So this covers a great section of the areas of interest in DRL. We find that there's another area which relies on phantom measurements. This is mammography. Some countries do patient surveys in mammography, but I think the recommendation is that it would be done using phantoms. Then we come to dental, and here we have tube output or some sort of dosimetry output measurement from the machine. And this is standard for dental and trial and OPG. And then we have nuclear medicine, which is looking at administered activities. And this could be done as a survey, or it could be done as part of an external body that comes to the institution to look at how things are going. So we haven't really talked a lot about the follow-up from a DRL, and I noticed that Professor Anchili did spend time on this, and I think it's really important. I won't have time to say very much about this, but optimization is the outcome from the DRLs, and to do that, you need people on the ground who have got the ability and the experience to do that, which I think Professor Anchili was alluding to quite nicely in that talk. In this case here, I don't so much want to go into that area, but I want to look at some of the outcomes from ICRP 135. It talks about the kind of corrective actions that will need to be taken after a DRL survey, particularly if a high dose situation is detected. So the corrective action, first of all, would be a review of equipment performance. And then secondly, looking at the settings used and indeed looking at the examination protocols. So this is sort of saying that the equipment is often the major issue, but other very important issues are to do with the settings and the protocols. But if we look at the factors most likely to be involved, we see something a little bit different. We see that the factor most likely to be involved is survey methodology. That's then followed by equipment performance, procedural protocol, operator skill, and in the case of cardiology, let's say, the complexity of the procedure. So the bottom sections are not really unexpected. We see that again, the age of the equipment is a big factor. How well the protocols is put together is another one, the skill of the operator. But the biggest factor that in ICRP 135 states is survey methodology. So this says to me that when you're designing your DRL program, you need to spend a lot of time on your survey methodology. And so I'll talk a little bit more about this as we get towards the end of the talk, but we need to keep that in mind, that this methodology is really very important for the success of a DRL program. Okay, let's look at the quantities. Mr. Anchilli has gone through these quantities for CT and plain ray. In fact, these are the quantities that are used except for nuclear medicine for all of the programs. Also mentioned was the importance of size, and essentially mooted the idea of having 3 different DRLs for different sizes. And certainly that strikes a chord in my heart because we have a lot of large patients in Australia, and it does pervert the DRL process, especially if one scanner is used for large patients and the other scanner is used for thin patients, which can happen between inpatients and outpatients and so forth. So this is really bringing our attention to the fact that in many, it says here, many European DRLs are in fact based on the standard size patient. The UK in CT doesn't use weight and size restrictions, but it does use them for everything but CT. So it does vary, and it's really a policy that you need to consider carefully. And this is a point that you probably would like to talk with your regional colleagues about, because this would have an impact on how the regional DRLs would turn out. So which procedures should we look at? There are many hundreds of procedures maybe in each modality even. So we can only really afford the resources and the time of the people in the hospital to look at a small number. So we need to choose the right procedures, and the European colleagues over there have reminded us that the important factors are how often the procedure is done and what the dose is associated with it. So we have something like chest, which is done 20 to 30% of the time, even though it's a low dose. And then you have other procedures, which are high dose, but are done a smaller percentage of the time. So this so-called top 20 examinations is what the Europeans have determined they're going to look at in general X-ray and CT, for example. So I'll just flick through this. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about data collection. I just have time. I want to look at 2 examples, CT and dentistry. So starting off on CT, I know that there are a number of physicists in Indonesia who have got a lot of experience in CT, But I've discovered over the years there are quite a few differences in the way different countries actually collect their data, and some to consider them before you start is possibly useful, maybe save you some time in your design for your survey techniques. So I've listed 4 things to look out for here. The first one is the type of data that you use, or the data entry. Is it manual or automatic? Okay, and then how do you define your examinations? This is an area which I think needs a lot of care. For instance, how many phases are you looking at? Non-imaging sequences. We've mentioned size. We'll talk about this a little bit more. And number 4 here is data integrity checks. How do you know that the information you're being given from a remote center is indeed accurate? So these are actually quite important areas. So to help us with this, I've got 3 documents which you can download. This one here is the UK 2010 review. We use this a lot in Australia. It's there's a lot more data than the Australia. The UK have been doing DRLs for longer than any other country, and they have the greatest experience in it, I would say. This is the American document. It's newer on the block, but this is 2017, I think. Again, freely downloadable. And this is the ALPANZA Australian website, which you can look at, which is quite nicely laid out, which could also be helpful as well. So if we look then at a comparison of how these 3 documents, how they do their DRL measurement in CT. Let's start with data collection. Here we see that the UK and ALPANZA in Australia use manual data collection, but the US, the ACR, American College of Radiology, use an automated system. So the UK system suggests that we have 20 patients. And so in Australia, we have a minimum of 20 patients for each type of examination, and we manually write down the factors that are necessary for that, for the DRL analysis. And the UK document also includes this note here that data managers, over their physicists or radiographers, as is appropriate, will verify the data before transferring it to the survey spreadsheet. So in other words, the important area of data verification is done on site. And this is done reliably there, and particularly because the UK has got a regional medical physics set up, so they have a lot of confidence that in each centre there's somebody there who can review all the data and make sure that the right procedure has been done, or that people haven't changed around CTDI with DLP or some simple thing like that, or some more complex thing that might contaminate the data. So that's all done at the hospital. In Australia, that data checking is actually done at the DRL centre, at the laboratory, the ALPANZA laboratory. It's submitted on spreadsheets that they send to us, and then they have some sort of algorithms there that they can check all the data and see if there are any obvious mistakes that jump out of them for each procedure. So if that's the case, they go back and say, look, could you review your data? Is that really correct? Is that really what you wanted to say? So these kind of checks, I think, are really important to make sure that the data is what it purports to be. In the UK, they have the ACR have their own unique data harvesting technique, and they can harvest images which are sent to them. This is very attractive because it's a much richer source of information. We are lucky in our hospital in Australia that we have the radiometrics software, so we can capture all our CT scans and other procedures as well. And this, we know, for instance, that 20 cases is not really enough to get a real idea of what's happening for a particular examination. But for a manual data entry, it's very hard to go more than that. So For our own purposes, we collect all our data from the CT, but we only send 20 cases to our Panzer. So we are able to harvest the RDSR file, and it's typically exported to Excel and analyzed. But our Panzer doesn't know what to do with it, right? They're used to collecting 20 cases from everybody, and they can analyze that. So there is a difficulty in matching automatic and manual data. Now, I know that Professor Anchilli has got a project for a lot of automatic data capture, which I think is really exciting. And it might be that there are two tiers, that they have automatic capture and manual capture. I think it's a shame not to have the manual capture, because a lot of your rural settings will only be able to do manual capture, and you really want to know what's happening there, because they're often disadvantaged because of their isolation, and it's important to know how they're getting on with their diagnostic workloads. Well, which examinations? We've talked a little bit about this through the talk. This is our protocol from 2017. It's been revised last year, but there are hundreds of protocols here. And are they equivalent on all the scanners? Well, we hope so, but these are sort of questions that that DRLs help us to answer. So in Australia, we only have 8 DRLs in CT, as we can see here. But I just wanted to go to talk about how they're defined. Okay, so we have chest, and then we have a description. And when the data was collected, it was actually chest, routine chest it was called, and lots of data came in. Then they put a team of radiologists together to say, well, let's be more specific. And the radiologist said, oh, let's call this post-contrast oncology chest. This was a problem for us because all our post-contrast oncology scans are for people who are responding to cancer treatment, and they're done at much higher doses because we wanted to detect subtle changes in lesions as a result of treatment. So as soon as we applied this, all our DRLs were way above the Australian standard, but in fact, our routine scan was below the Australian standard. So it's the difficulty comes, I guess, is because radiologists often do not agree amongst themselves how they classify different procedures. I know I don't want to spend long on this, but I know in the United States, the radiologists have spent a lot of time to try and unify their approaches to classifying exams. And that's one reason why the United States can publish a lot of data, detailed data on this area. But in fact, the United States doesn't specify, as is the case in UK and Australia, and they simply say chest without contrast or chest with contrast. So it's much simpler in that case. The second one to look at is also really quite important, is do we look at full examinations or do we look at acquisitions? Again, the United States just looks at acquisitions, and it can do that because it uses a data capture procedure. If we look at CTDI, it doesn't really matter if you do examinations or acquisitions, because typically it doesn't vary much between different phases what CTDI is used. But if you look at the DLP, sorry about the error there, but if you look at the DLP, that of course is vastly changed by the number of phases that are involved. And if you have half the country doing the procedure in one phase and the other half doing it in 2 phases, the DRL will be like 1.7 or something like that. And so everyone will either be a long way over or a long way under. So it's an interesting conundrum, and it's something you need to think through quite carefully when you make the specification of what you're actually looking for the DLP for X-ray procedures. One example here is the RECIST protocols for solid tumor identification. Some of you may be aware of that, looking at clinical trials. And you can see that whether you have pre-contrast arterial or venous phases depends on the type of cancer you're looking for. So there's a lot of variety clinically in the way the phases are used. Okay, non-imaging sequences. Most people don't worry about them, and the good thing is that they don't make much difference because the dose from them is actually typically quite small. And then the effective size. We've talked a little bit about this, and this is the US approach. They have the luxury that they can actually divide their data up into the size of the patients due to their image processing algorithms, and then they can give you a DRL for each size, which is a bit like Professor Anchilli was talking about. Now just compare that to our own data. This is for CTPA, and we can see that the dose varies very rapidly as the patient gets thicker. So size is a very important aspect to look at. So in summary, I think DRLs are really essential for managing CT dose, which in Australia accounts for nearly 2/3 of the dose from diagnostic radiology. Care is definitely needed in data collection. We need to be careful how we define the examinations. If we can get automated data, this helps us a lot with optimization, and size is important. And again, I think you need to check with your regional partners how you want to deal with the size situation. So quickly, I just want to look at the dental area as being a different kind of data acquisition. This is one typically not done through surveys, but might be done by an expert visiting the centre and doing quality assurance and picking up DRL data at that time. Now, dentistry is an area which has a very long history, and this gentleman on the bottom here, Rollins, is actually the father of radiation biology, so it has a distinguished history in radiation protection as well. So dental X-ray units typically are a large number in the ACT, where I come from. Nearly 50% of all X-ray units are dental. So from that perspective, it's an important area to investigate. And interestingly, radiation is often not well understood in dental facilities, and it does result in poor practice and poor radiation safety. So despite the history of dentistry, the current dentists quite often could do with some help in this area. And we can help them through DRLs, through audit procedures, comparing the median doses or the dose that we get to the reference level, and then suggesting optimization processes. Again, ICRP 135 talks quite a lot about dentistry, and it also suggests that dentists should keep up to date with training in radiography and radiological protection. And more advice here. Surveys can be performed by direct measurements. We've already mentioned this as part of QA checks. And the use of technique charts are really quite important, because when the expert comes to the centre to take the measurements, what settings are they going to use on the machine? So a technique chart is useful there to let the operators know, and also to let the people who are checking the equipment know what factors are typically used for a successful dental X-ray. Okay, so here we have the intraoral unit, and we can just use the output setting, and we can do it using the QA procedure. So it's a fairly straightforward procedure. So I was looking to prepare some of the talks for Professor Anchilli last year, and I came across a talk there by this person here, Dr. Oliveira. She is actually on staff at the IEA for over a year now in diagnostic radiology. And as I went through her procedure, I saw this graph here, and I saw Indonesia, 71 healthcare institutions involving 92 dental X-ray devices. So I was quite interested in that. And Evan then sent me the article, which he and his team have written, which was an excellent article on DRLs in dentistry. So I know that you are very proficient in this area, and I commend you for that. But so I just wanted to really talk about how this is another different method of data collection to the more standard one, perhaps, which we use in CT, plain X-ray, cardiology, and so forth. When we move to panoramic, it's a little bit more complex because the measurement that we need to make is not quite as simple as measuring the output from an intraoral unit. Again, this can be done during a QA testing time at a facility, but we need to measure the cap or the DAP for the unit. And to do that, we need either a cap meter or a pencil chamber, which is what we use in Canberra to do that particular measurement. And it needs to be set up quite carefully. We use galvanic film to determine where the X-ray beam is, and then we use the pencil chamber then to measure the output of the machine while the machine's turning and so forth. So there are a lot of advantages to DRLs in dentistry. It does stimulate change. It encourages dentists to move to a more sensitive film or to a better digital detector, or to change their protocols, because in a digital world, sometimes they can be using higher doses than they actually need to use. It also gives a benchmark for OPG doses. Again, in a digital world, they can probably get good images at a lower dose than the one they're routinely using. It does, of course, identify units with high dose. And what I've observed in our centre is that there are a number of units which are just randomly at high dose simply because the operators don't realise that they're operating at this high dose. And it's very useful to work with the dentists because I think that they benefit a lot from radiation safety expertise. So we've had a very quick look at data collection. I've got just two brief summary slides. One of them is that national and local DRLs are collected in the same way. And it's important, I believe, to align national and regional DRLs together. We can use patient surveys for CT, all of general radiology and cardiology, for example. But for some other modalities, namely mammography, dental, and probably nuclear medicine, we can combine the collection of data with some on-site visits, if that's a preferred way of data collection. Just finally, just some suggestions for data collection. I think my first suggestion is make sure you have a copy of ICRP 135 with you. I think if you look through the electronic version, you'll find the answer to just about every situation that you might think about. It's really an excellent guide. I think take time to work out your survey methodology for each modality. And of course, remember that you need calibrated equipment on your site visits and when checking equipment in the institutions. But getting back to the survey methodology, I think it would be wise to test it, to run it with a tested sample of people that you can relate to and understand, and get some good feedback on how well it worked. And of course, then the training of the participants, whether it's in the hospital or the teams that go out to the hospitals. And I think paying attention to data verification should also give you some good rewards as well. So I'd just like to leave you with words of down below here. It's not that I'm so smart, it's just that I stay with problems longer, says Albert Einstein. So DRLs are a fairly simple concept, but they can present quite a lot of problems because it's national, it's a large scale operation. So I wish you well and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Professor Franklin, and also Professor Anjali for very interesting talks. And now we come to discussion session. I think this is an important topic for all participants, please use this important occasion to get knowledge and experiences as much as possible from our speakers. And please raise your hand to ask the question, or and the committee will open your mic. And you can also write your question on the Zoom chat, please. In the first question, at first we accept 3 questions from the participants. Please raise your hand. Okay, maybe for the first question for Professor Jarwani. Please, Professor Jarwani. For the committee, please open the mic from the Professor Jarwani. Yeah.
Yeah.
The mic is open.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So I'm very happy to listen Professor Anjali and Professor Bernard McLeod. It's a really very wonderful time for me. Yeah. And TRL is actually we think it over for many years ago since we collaborate with Bapeten until now, and we try to establish the diagnostic radiology, especially in medical physics, and we try to have the infrastructure of medical physicists at every hospital. Yeah, at least we try to have maybe for this TRL, I have proposed actually, at least we have several hospitals for pilot project, maybe 10 or maybe 15 hospitals, or maybe with well equipped, yeah, and will be audit. No, I think if we do this in Indonesia, I hope we can have the TRL with a good TRL within 5 years. Next 5 years we can have it, I think. But maybe we can wait. Bapeten maybe it's already have so many data, yeah. But frankly speaking, now that over diagnostic radiology, the infrastructure is not as good as we expected. Maybe in Thailand or maybe in Australia, of course, and most of the hospital has already medical physics infrastructure. So, but we are happy. In Bapeten, now it's already established the regulation and so many manpower of medical physics there, yeah. And maybe in actually in Indonesia, so many medical physicists in diagnostic already. So as soon as we have infrastructure, we can establish this radiology, this diagnostic radiology physics promptly, I think. So maybe in this in the last 2 weeks, yeah, the maybe I inform you that Ministry of Health, yeah, it's already asked to this association that what kind of equipment do you want to establish in the hospitals. I hope this association will prepare for this proposal for the whole hospitals. So if government bureaucrat will facilitate this radiology, diagnostic radiology, I think we can jump and relay this information from Professor Anchali and Professor Donald McLean. It's very, very interesting for me. Now I will ask a little bit. Now, for radiology, radiography, general radiography, we use now digital imaging. Digital imaging is CR and DR, and the sensitivity is very, very quite a wide range, So it's not so easy, maybe, to have the measurements, and maybe the dose will be very wide range, because we have here in Indonesia so many manufacturers of CR and DR, and really we have measured already several CR and several DR, and the sensitivity is really different. Maybe we will continue this research, so maybe it will be a benefit also for us, and for because you see this advanced technology will differ very much with the film screen. The film screen, maybe it's not so easy to have the DRL, but for this CR and DR, it's a little bit complicated. And also now in Indonesia, I think about the city also from the advanced technology for angiography and so on, So we need really DRL for that, and especially for interventional also. Maybe I will inform you that interventional in Indonesia, we have already more than 200. I think 230, 230 interventional centers. So we need this medical physicists. We need education. We need training, and I hope within, for interventional, maybe we will give a special focus here. Maybe I hope within 10 years, maybe we can have infrastructure in interventional, and of course, if we have solid infrastructure, the DRL can be established also. That's my opinion. Thank you very much. You gave information to our medical physicists, so they can fight to the hospitals and to the government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Charvani, for the opinion. And we have 3 participants who has raised their hand. Mr. Muhammad Sofi, Mr. Freddy Supet, and Ibu Laili. Please, committee, open the mic of the Muhammad Sofi, Pak Freddy, and Bu Laili. The first for the Muhammad Sofi, please ask the question to the our speaker, Muhammad Sofi, or maybe for Bu Laili first. Please, Bu Laili. Please, Bu Laili. Bu Laili. Okay, Bu Laili doesn't respond. Mr. Muhammad Sofi. Muhammad Sofi. Mr. Freddy Supet. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Freddy Supet, please ask the question to our speaker. Please, Pak Freddy Supet. Okay. Please, committee, open the mic of Pak Freddy Supet. Okay, Bu Lely, your mic is already open. Please ask the question. Okay, there is no response from the participant. Maybe I will ask some question to the Professor Donald McLean. We sometimes confuse on term of the local and institutional DRL. Is the local DRL different from the institutional DRL? Professor McLean.
No, thank you for this question. And I came in contact with this when I was reviewing a paper from Africa. So I looked up ICRP 135 and I saw that distinction between typical values and the local DRL. So that's really what I took it as. I think it has been a confusion for a long time, really. Some people have thought that you can do a local DRL for your hospital and then compare your DRL to the national DRL. But in fact, from reading ICRP 135, what you need to do is do a data survey and take the median value and compare that to the DRL. So that's a bit different because the median value should be below the DRL, but your DRL may not be below the national DRL if you take the 75th percentile. So the way I prefer to look at it is just to deal with national DRLs and only use the local DRL if you've got like a state or a province or something like that for some reason has a different reason for having a different standard, perhaps. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I think it's simpler just simply to do dose surveys and get the median value for your hospital or for your X-ray room. So you end up with a collection of median values rather than one value. I guess maybe that's part of it, but I don't know. Am I making sense at all?
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. We came to the participant. Is there any question? Please raise your hand if you have a question. Okay. Okay, from the Zainal Arifin, maybe for the Professor Donald McLean and for Professor Anjali, please give me, for example, optimization for the general radiography, CT and CT scan, and etc. Please give the example, the optimization from the DRL. Please, Professor Donald McLean and also Professor Anjali.
Okay, I can give an example for an optimization from general radiography in our hospital. And again, it had to do with size. Our equipment is about 12 years old, maybe a little bit older. So it is quite good equipment. It's still running well, but it needs maintenance for that. And it's equipment which is programmed. So the radiographer simply hits abdo supine, and then they do the procedure. Okay. So what we found out was for the large patients, the doses were higher than we expected. But for the average size patients, they were well within the UK DRLs because we don't have DRLs in Australia. So we looked at the UK DRLs. But when we got to the larger patient, we found that it was too high. And what we realized then on these machines, there is another icon which you hit to indicate the size of the patient. If it's a large patient, you hit a certain icon. If it's a medium patient, another icon. Then small adults, large child, small child, like that. And the radiographers were not using these icons. They were just using the intermediate icon. So this was one example of identifying that the radiographers were not using the icons properly to put the size of the patient in. What this meant was that a lower KV was used than the one that was recommended. So this was the reason why the doses were higher with the bigger patients. So that's one example. And quite often the optimization does come down to radiographer technique, I find.
Okay, thank you, Professor McMillan. We jump to the next question. The more patient examination data collected, the better for the representation of the data. But if we cannot input a lot of data, could you give recommendation for the selection of good data to be collected so that it becomes representative for the DRL? Thank you. From the Caltech. Professor Donald McLean, please.
Okay. The amount of data that you need depends on how much variety you have, really. Okay, so if you have a head CT, for example, they are usually done on in our institution, they're done on manual control. So nothing changes from one head CT to the next. So you don't need much data to get the DRL for a head CT. But for a body CT, where they use automatic exposure control, it varies a lot depending on how big the patient is. So in that case, you either have to do a lot of patients or you have to say, I'm only going to do patients of a certain size to get a reliable DRL. The question really should be is, how much data do I need to get some reliable information? And the answer is, it depends on how much variation there is in the patients, really, or in the radiographer technique. Some radiographers may use a different technique to the others, which is also an important point to find. So yeah, more data is better, but collecting data can cause a lot of distress to staff. So you have to try and collect data in a sensible way so that you keep the radiographers happy with collecting data and that you get enough to get the answer that you want.
Okay, thank you, Professor Donald. Maybe Professor Anjali give you another explanation about the DRL.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Is it the question is from Dr. Lukmanda? Is that right? This question. So he mentioned about local DIL using clinical indication in order to compare the clinical indication DIL. So I think it should be good to compare with the benchmark of clinical indication of DIL rather than a national DIL with a regional region of the body, because it's a different comparison. So I think that if they collect by clinical indication like a stroke or like a cancer of the lung or something like that, please find a benchmark from probably some region or some other country if you are not available in your country to compare. And again, the comparison, according to Dr. Donald McLean, that for the regional, we need to use a median value. Is that right, Donald? So
yes, I think if you're comparing to the national or regional, you should use the median value. Yeah.
With a benchmark of clinical indication or CDILS. I think Dr. Lukmanda will agree with my comments. And I would like to comment with Dr. Javani. I'm very happy to hear from Dr. Javani She mentioned about it is a duty of a medical physicist to involve with the diagnostic reference level, which I agree with her, because most medical physicists understand very well about the survey of the patient dose and also determine the DRL. So the problem that I found in the region is several countries like Indonesia, Philippines, they come across the problem of patient data and the regulation. So it is not easy to inform to the public about the patient data without the permission from the government first. So Indonesia just get the approval in the year 2021, nearly the end of the year. As well as the Philippines, they also get the allowance from FDA in the year 2021, nearly the end. So the regional DRL in our ASEAN could not have much progress because of the allowance from the government to collect the data and inform the data to the public. So I believe that the process of ASEAN DRL will take time, probably about another 3 or 4 years in the future. But maybe some country can establish, like Thailand already have a baseline of a DRL as a national DRL. So in the future, we will have a second DRL after this with the optimization and get a new DRL of a lower dose. But some modalities which is quite low dose, so we will not have optimization. So in the next 3 years, Thailand will have a second DRL, and I hope that we can collect the DRL from a national DRL. So it is the national DRL, and then we get a regional DRL. Example, CT scan. We can start first from the CT scan, CT dose. So I believe that from the encouragement from our region, we can get the regional DRL and national DRL within 3 or 4 years from now on. So I would like to support Indonesia Association of Physicists in Medicine to continue your DRL, even though you start from a CT and then you move to interventional radiology or interventional cardiology, and finally until nuclear medicine or 8 modalities. So you can do and you can complete and announce one by one, and then we can have your national DRL among each modalities. So we will get back together for the regional website or meeting in very soon. Okay, thank you very much from me, Anjali.
Thank you, Professor Anjali. I see Ibu Rini raise hand. Ibu Rini, please open mic of Bu Rini, the committee. Bu Rini. Oh, another question. Please, place your hand. Raise your hand.
I'm sorry, I'm not answered. This is my mistake.
Bu Rini, do you have any question? Oh, the participant, do you have any question to our speakers? Okay. There is no another question. I have one question to Professor Anjali and also to Professor Donald McLean. If, for example, the practice in our hospital is larger than the national DRL, what should we do? Professor Anjali and Professor McLean. Please open. Yeah.
Perhaps I can start. Maybe I would say it's not necessarily wrong. It could be that your hospital is a tertiary hospital, and in that case, your job is to find the cancer or the problem, and so you may need more radiation dose than than other centers to do that. But so what should you do? I think you should investigate the situation, and you need a radiologist, I believe, and you need a radiographer or technologist, and yourself as a physicist. You need the team to look together. You need to look to see if the image quality is what the doctor needs, or if it can be reduced. Maybe the dose is too high and the dose can be reduced somehow. You need to look at the equipment to see how the equipment compares to other pieces of equipment. Is it very old, or has it malfunctioned in some way? And then you need to look at the protocols. Are the protocols different from the same procedure and other equipment? So yeah, generally you need to gather some good people in your team and look at the equipment and the protocols and the image quality. I would say that's a starting point anyway.
Okay, thank you, Professor Donald McLean. And maybe for Professor Anjali, if we want to participate to develop in the development of the ASEAN-DRL, is it possible? And how should we do to participate in the ASEAN-DRL? Maybe from our hospital to participate in the ASEAN-DRL.
So we already have a connection. Our connection is Dr. Lukmanda. He is a national coordinator. So probably contact Dr. Lukmanda in order to have a national DRL. So he will be the person who will collect the data from the country. Okay, so the more center, the more local will be a better statistic. So all of the centers are welcome. The same as Thailand, we have our regulator, who is the Department of Medical Science, Ministry of Health, who collect the data. And I also coordinate with regulators in order to get the DRL. So it is a teamwork. So I think there is no problem if you would like to join in the national DRL. So you are welcome. Every center are welcome. So that will be the duty of a country coordinator who take care of the data among each local or each institution in order to establish a national DRL. So I think, are you happy with my answer?
Okay, thank you. So we can contact Dr. Lukmanda first for
Yes.
national DRL. Okay, thank you very much for Professor Anjali and also Professor Donald McLean. I believe this talk are very interesting and very useful. Because the time is over for this session, so we should close this session. Thank you very much for your attention, and thanks goes to our speakers, Professor Anjali and Professor McLean. See you at the second session at the 1 p.m. See you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Anjali and also Professor McLean, for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Anjali and Professor McLean.
Okay, thank you, Professor Anjali and Professor McLean, for having us in very beautiful presentation and discussion. And thank you also for Dr. Anam for bringing us to a very productive discussion today. So I'd like to give some announcement for the participant now. For the next session is the attendees are welcome to enjoy the lunch break. Before leaving this webinar for a while, please, we would like to inform to all the participants that attendance list is ready on the chat box and the answered box. So you may check that first before you are leaving this webinar. And then please keep in mind that we break for 1 hour only, and please join this meeting on 1 p.m. And we will hold another session with Ibu Taruniati Handayani MSG Dr. Beni Zulkarnain, Radiologist Specialist Consultant, and Dr. Lukman Daiman Lubis from Universitas Indonesia. Okay, thank you. You may enjoy your time and please come back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all.
Thank you.
Professor Charwani, Dr. Supri, Prof. Anjali, and Prof.
Yeah, thank you for all. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. See you.
Our lunch.
Makan dulu Sapi.
Maafin, tadi kepencet.
Nggak
Saya
apa-apa.
sambil lagi sama Tuti dengerin berdua di sini.
Oh, oke.
Aku ada right hand, saya perasaan nggak mencet right hand, mungkin kepencet. Karena sambil nyiapin bahan mau presentasi sama Tuti betul. Jadi kaget sama saya disebut. Gak bisa ngomong apa-apa soalnya di sini. Orang-orang lagi presentasi, saya nge-zoom sama Tuti.
Oke.
Di kantor
maafin ya.
Makan siang.
Yo, makasih semuanya. Selamat siang.
5 tahun.
2 tahun.
Jadi kami ada 3 bidang, radioterapi, kedokteran nuklir, serta radiologi diagnostik dan intervensional.
Nah, di ketiga bidang itu, sesuai amanat regulasi, ada 3 hal yang kita kerjakan.
Yang pertama dosimetri atau mengukur dosis radiasi pada pasien. Yang kedua QC untuk melihat performa alat. Dan yang ketiga ya keselamatan radiasi.
5 tahun.
5 tahun.
2 tahun.
Jadi kami ada 3 bidang, radioterapi, kedokteran nuklir, serta radiologi diagnostik dan intervensional.
Nah, di ketiga bidang itu, sesuai amanat regulasi, ada 3 hal yang kita kerjakan.
Yang pertama dosimetri atau mengukur dosis radiasi pada pasien. Yang kedua QC untuk melihat performa alat. Dan yang ketiga ya keselamatan radiasi.
5 tahun.
5 tahun.
2 tahun.
Jadi kami ada 3 bidang, radioterapi, kedokteran nuklir, serta radiologi diagnostik dan intervensional.
Nah, di ketiga bidang itu, sesuai amanat regulasi, ada 3 hal yang kita kerjakan.
Yang pertama dosimetri atau mengukur dosis radiasi pada pasien. Yang kedua QC untuk melihat performa alat. Dan yang ketiga ya keselamatan radiasi.
tahun.
5 tahun.
2 tahun. Jadi kami ada 3 bidang, radioterapi, kedokteran nuklir, serta radiologi diagnostik dan intervensional.
Nah, di ketiga bidang itu, sesuai amanat regulasi, ada 3 hal yang kita kerjakan.
Yang pertama dosimetri atau mengukur dosis radiasi pada pasien. Yang kedua QC untuk melihat performa alat. Dan yang ketiga ya keselamatan radiasi.
5 tahun.
5 tahun.
2 tahun.
Jadi kami ada 3 bidang, radioterapi, kedokteran nuklir, serta radiologi diagnostik dan intervensional.
Nah, di ketiga bidang itu, sesuai amanat regulasi, ada 3 hal yang kita kerjakan.
Yang pertama dosimetri atau mengukur dosis radiasi pada pasien. Yang kedua QC untuk melihat performa alat. Dan yang ketiga ya keselamatan radiasi.
Hello everyone. Welcome back in international webinar Diagnostic Reference Level in Diagnostic Radiology during COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for joining us again. So this is the second topic. So ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the last session. In this part, we will have 3 topics. The first is online national dose registry, the experience from Indonesia. And then we will have dose image quality optimization from radiologist perspective. And then the last is the role of medical physicists in diagnostic reference level utilization. This session will be moderated by Dr. Sayanti Manalum Dwi Seno Kasiwono, Master of Science. Dr. Dwi Seno graduated from Universitas Indonesia for his bachelor degree and also for his master in physics. Then Mr. Dwi Seno pursued his doctor program in University Medical Center Mannheim, University of Heidelberg, Germany, and graduated in 2020. He has completed numerous courses and training. Now, Mr. Dwi Seno focusing his time to research the application of ultrasound-based for positioning and real-time monitoring for abdominal SPRT, ultrasound with CBCT, and intrafacial prostate motion with 4D ultrasound, and many more. So with this, I would like to invite Mr. Dwi Seno to the spotlight. And please, Mr. Dwi Seno, to continue. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ahmad Shafi'i, for the introduction. So, good afternoon, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome again to the second session of International Webinar, the role of diagnostic reference level, or DRL, in diagnostic radiology during COVID-19 pandemic. In this session, we have 3 speakers. The first speaker is Ibu Dr. Randa Taruniati Handayani, MSc, from Bapeten. She received a bachelor degree from ITB Bandung and master degree from Applied Science Colorado State University at Pueblo. So she is now Kepala Pusat Pengkajian Sistem Teknologi Pengawasan Fasilitas Radiasi dan Zat Radioaktif Bapeten. Her topic is about the online national dose registry Indonesia experience. So please to Ibu Runi to start the speak.
Thank you, Pak Dwi Seno. May I share screen? Okay. Have you seen my presentation material?
Yes.
Okay, let me start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, may I express my gratitude to AFISMI for inviting us in this good international webinar. I'm also thankful to the participants who are still faithfully staying in this virtual room to learn together about DRL. In this good occasion, allow me to present you the online national dose registry Indonesia's experience as requested by the committee. To begin with, let me bring you to the legal basis for DRL. We have Government Regulation number 33 of 2007, the safety of ionizing radiation and the security of radioactive sources, and its derivation, the Bapeten Regulation number 4 of 2020, the radiation safety of X-ray utilization on diagnostic and interventional radiology. It has been acknowledged that DRL is an effective tool to apply the optimization of medical exposure in diagnostic examination to prevent patients from unnecessary exposure to radiation due to inaccuracies in the examination. DRL is a level expressed by radiation dose or radiopharmaceutical activity applied to a patient in diagnostic and interventional radiology and diagnostic nuclear medicine as well. And DRL is established by using a compilation of patient dose data. Therefore, we have initiated the establishment of SIINTAN, an information system that can be used by health facilities to collect, gather, assemble, process, store, and retrieve the patient dose data. The establishment of SIINTAN was inspired by and adapted the similar online database application established by ARPANSA, the nuclear regulatory body of Australia. SIINTAN is a web-based integrated information system of patient radiation dose database and of radionuclide activity database that can be used as a tool for optimizing radiation protection and safety for patients undergoing diagnostic and interventional radiology procedures and diagnostic nuclear medicine, as I mentioned above. And the database program facilitated by SIINTAN is a national integrated data for the patient's dose registry or patient dose management system. And it is user-friendly, easy to use, can be accessed from anywhere, accessible at any time. Data or information can be retrieved, complete information, and of course, free of charge. And here are the modalities covered by SIINTAN. The health facilities can input all the data produced by these 6 modalities to our information system. And we can also see the annual profile of patient radiation dose in this information system. I'm sorry. Talking about the history of SIINTAN development, we started the patient dose collection in 2003, where data was collected in a paper-based way. In 2013, we prepared to build an online-based patient radiation dose data information management system, namely SIINTAN, which was officially launched in 2014. In the same year, we developed feature for CT scan in SIINTAN, followed by the development of some features in the next years. We have developed for fluoroscopy, nuclear medicine, and general radiography in 2017. And next, we also developed the dental radiography and mammography in 2018. And our 5-year planning from 2020 to 2024 includes that patient examination protocol standard with radiation is available. Every hospital has patient dose management system, standard patient logbook is available, dose reduction guidelines versus optimum image quality are available, and protection optimization is integrated in the training program. That's our 5-year planning regarding SIINTAN. Okay. All data collected by SIINTAN were submitted or uploaded by the facility voluntarily before 2020 or 2020. But the data collected since 2014, we have tremendous or huge data compiled, although it was not mandatory yet. So we did really appreciate it that they were willing, the health facilities willing to help us establish the DRL. So as there was no obligation for the health facilities to input their data to Intan. Therefore, to introduce Intan, we encourage the contribution and participation of the health facilities to upload their patient dose since 2015 by giving technical assistance to the health facilities using modalities that I've already shown in the previous slide, because we believe without a technical assistant, there might not be as many as data input from the participants, because by using, IT thing, not many people in Indonesia were familiar at that time. So by the issuance of Bapeten Regulation number 4 of 2020, the patient dose data reporting has become mandatory, and we were prepared to the next step, which is the establishment of the national DRL. From all patient dose data collected by Intan, we selected, validated, and determined the local DRL, which was specific for a given hospital. Then from at least 20 hospitals with their local DRLs, we determined the national DRL. In determining our national DRL, all related stakeholders were involved. Finally, after coordinating and discussing with the stakeholders, we have launched our first Indonesian DRL or IDRL exactly today, 1 year ago, 25th of May 2021. So this is like the anniversary of the establishment of Indonesian DRL. During the launching of the establishment of our first IDRL, the involved organizations also took the opportunity to sign the Integrity Pact as the joint commitment to implementing IDRL. There were at least 7 organizations signed. They were Bapeten or Indonesian Nuclear Energy Regulatory Agency, the Indonesian Ministry of Health, the Indonesian Hospital Association, the Hospital Accreditation Commissions, the Indonesian Society of Clinical Radiology, the Indonesian Association of Physicists in Medicine or AFISMI, and also the Indonesian Radiographers Association. Sorry. Our first national DRL applies to CT scan and X-ray general radiography. Indonesian or national DRL applies to certain examinations using the age group above 15 years old, and also the certain values for both modalities. So we use ASAC and ENAC for general radiography, and then the CTDI volume value and GLP value for CT scan. Okay, back to our joint commitment that has already been signed. Allow me to show the roles, especially the roles of AFISMI, because this international webinar is held by AFISMI, which was stated in our Integrity Pact. The roles include to increase the awareness of the role of IDRL as an optimization of patient dose and implement IDRL according to their task in health facilities. To increase the innovation and research in ensuring the optimization of patient dose. To provide assurance of the availability of adequate medical physicists. To incorporate the patient dose management, such as collecting patient dose, DRL, and patient dose audit into their training material. to improve the roles and responsibilities of medical physicists for dose reduction techniques or dose optimization, image quality assessment and interpretation, and aspects of risk benefits. And lastly, to contribute to the establishment of standardization of protocols or procedures for examining patients with ionizing radiation by considering Indonesian DRL and image quality. These roles are supported and strengthened by the regulation, which states that the reporting through the National Online Information System on patient dose, which is SIINTAN, should be supervised by a medical physicist. While the regulation has mandated the medical physicist to supervise the reporting through the National Online Information System, our data indicates that only 25% of the data inputted to SIINTAN come from medical physicists. Surprisingly, almost 50% of the data are provided by radiographers. So when we look at the modalities producing the data, general radiography contributes the highest number. Therefore, in this very good opportunity and occasion, I would like to kindly encourage our medical physicist colleagues to help us to be more active in supervising the data reporting through SIINTAN, as that will be tremendously helpful for us to establish more representative national DRL. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all our experience in establishing IDRL. For more detailed information regarding our online portal of SIINTAN, please check out our official web, bapeten.go.id. But before I close my presentation, please allow me to draw your attention to our next event, Nuclear Safety Seminar or SKN, Seminar Keselamatan Nuklir, to be held in Bali, 24 August 2022. Please submit your outstanding papers and be there. And for more detailed information, please also go to our website, bapeten.go.id, and we will select 10 best papers to be registered in the AIP International Proceedings with NACHA. But last but not least, here's the barcode. I would ask your kind participation to scan this barcode and then please answer the questions on the barcode. It will be helpful for us to collect the data and then just give a big picture about the participation of this international webinar. And for this presentation, my Bapeten colleagues and I would be glad to take questions and comments if there is any. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bu Runi, for interesting talk. So maybe just keep the question for the last. So maybe we will continue to the next speaker. So the next speaker is Dr. Beni Zulkarnain, Specialist Radiation Doctor Nuclear, with topic Dose and Image Quality Optimization, Radiologist Perspective. So Dr. Beni received doctor from 1919 from Universitas Indonesia and radiology postgraduate program also from Universitas Indonesia at 2004. So maybe we continue to the next speaker. So please, Dr. Benny, to give your speak.
Thank you very much, moderator. Is my sound clear?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to share my screen right now. Okay. Is it already seen by you?
Yeah. So it's very clear. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, actually, this topic is not very popular among doctors. So even when I was chief of Radiation Protection Committee, and where I work, Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital, there were so many challenges in applying dose optimization, even to radiologists. So you can't imagine how hard it is to implement it. Not just implement, just make awareness to doctors, especially our college radiologists. It's very hard, but I will try my best to present this topic for you. Well, as radiologists, who is also member of the medical association, there is one oath that is common throughout the world and must be obeyed. And this oath is Hippocratic Oath. This oath has been modernized from the original oath, and one of them, there are a few oaths in that Hippocratic Oath that I will apply for the benefit of the sick, all measures which are required, avoiding the twin traps of overtreatment and therapeutic nihilism. So I emphasize attention to the text for the benefit of the sick and overtreatment in this statement. This oath asks doctors to always think that the action taken must provide the maximum benefit to the patient and not to do overtreatment that can harm the patient. In Indonesia, we also have the Indonesian Medical Code of Ethics, or in Bahasa, we short it as KODEKI, Kode Etik Kedokteran Indonesia. In general obligation, point number 5, state that any action or doctor's advice that might weaken either psychological or physical endurance must obtain the consent of patient or family and only given for the benefit and good of the patient. I once again emphasize the statement only given for the benefit and good of the patient. So from these two initial slides, Hippocratic Oath and KODEKI, the message is clear. Doctors must protect patients from the harmful effects on both medical procedures and the harmful effect of radiation. So protect the patient from harmful effect of radiation. That message is so clear for radiologists and those who are using radiation as a base of their work. Radiation protection, as stated by International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA, is an activity that protects people from the effects of harming ionizing radiation and how to achieve it. So that is radiation protection. That's why I always talk this to our college, especially radiologists, that you have an obligation to do radiation protection to your patients, but it's not so that easy. And problems in patient radiation protections are related to unnecessary and unintended exposure. So what is unnecessary exposure? Unnecessary exposure can arise from, first, medical procedures that are not justified for a specified objective. And this is, for example, if we talk about using abdominal CT scan for acute appendicitis. In acute appendicitis, we don't use CT scan to do that, to diagnose the acute appendicitis. We can use ultrasound instead of CT scan. Because of what? This is an acute phase. We can clearly diagnose the acute appendicitis, if there is, without using CT scan. And the second one, application of procedures that are not justified for the individual's condition. In this is, I can make an example. If you see that thrombolysis, digital subtraction, angiography for a chronic stage stroke, that is not justified. The third is medical exposure that are not appropriately optimized for the situation in which they are used. And this is, we know that sometimes a long time fluoroscopic for barium study is not optimized for that examinations. Unintended exposure of patients can arise from the unsafe design or use of medical technology. Well, I can say that maybe you can see that an not appropriate calibration of X-ray machine can also do the unintended exposure for the patients. Or maybe if you have a case like an incident involves an exposure to the incorrect laterally. For example, left shoulder instead of the right shoulder, that's because of unintended exposure. And we have two words that we can see in a previous slide here, that we have a justification and optimization. And what is medical exposure justification? Medical exposure justification is the practice of evaluating requested radiological examinations to assess for clinical merit and appropriateness based on clinical notes and patient information. So the process of justification allows determining whether the medical exposure will take place or not. Well, if you sometimes if you search in the internet, some of group try to develop an application to provide a referral image guidelines for medical exposure, such as I recall one of it is called iRiver from Royal College of Radiology. It means that image referring guidelines for medical exposure. So the justification of medical exposure for individual patient shall be carried out by means of consultation between the referring medical and the radiological medical practitioner. And it must be considered first the appropriateness of the request. So it is not an order. If the referring medical send the patient to a radiological installation, sometimes they bring the a paper for the patient to go to radiology, but that is not an order, but that is a referring request for radiological procedures. And the second one is the urgency of the procedures. Is that really urgent? Is there, can we hold it? Can we change it? The characteristic of the exposure and the individual patients. The relevant information from any previous procedures, sometimes also in my hospital. We can see that this patient had already done the same, exactly the same procedures, not a long ago. I mean, in just a matter of hours. But then the other medical doctor asked again the medical procedure for the same reason. And that is not justified. Still, we have a problem in here because we are a teaching hospital. So a lot of students here, sometimes they don't communicate each other, then it happens, not just only one or two, but many times. But we are developing a system that when the patient has already done for such medical procedures, then we know that when it is, will be asking for once more again with the same reasons. The next is the relevant information from the relevant referral guideline. Is there any referral guideline? And that's important also. And this is diagram of the level of justification of medical exposure as identified by the International Commission on Radiological Protection, or ICRP, which level 1 deals with the use of radiation and medicine in general. So it is taken for granted that it is justified. On level 2 deals with specified procedures with specified objective. For example, chest radiograph for patients showing relevant symptoms. And the aim at this level is, for level 2, is to judge whether the procedure will improve diagnosis or provide necessary information about those exposed. And level 3 deals with the application of the procedure to an individual. In practice, all individual medical exposures should be justified in advance, taking into account the specific objective of the exposures and the characteristic of the individual. So I think these 3 levels must be done in every medical exposure, in every situation. But this justification level, the awareness of this justification level in doctors, even for radiologists, the awareness is still low. But we try, and I try so hard in our hospital to make this justification become so mandatory. So once justified, the radiological procedure should be optimized and performed such that exposure of the patient is managed in order to achieve in the medical objective. An optimized X-ray beam spectrum is one that provides the appropriate balance between image quality, meaning contrast, detail, noise, and patient exposure. In radiation protection, you know that there is terminology called ALARA, or as low as reasonable achievable. And it means that even it is a small dose, if receiving that dose has no direct benefit, you should try to avoid it. It's kind of like words that I always talk to my colleagues as doctors, that they should think about this one. In other words, keep dose to the patient as low as reasonably achievable, but must not be so low that image become non-diagnostic. And sometimes radiologists often challenge me that why we should keep the dose low if the image become not diagnostic. But don't do that. Keep the dose to the patient as low as reasonably achievable. But still, you can get information from that image. That's not the way to do that. Lowering the dose and then you can get anything. Okay. So what is image quality? Well, image quality can be defined as the attribute of the image that influences the clinician's certainty to perceive the appropriate diagnostic features from the image visually. And good image quality will ensure the maximum amount of diagnostic information is gained from the image. That's image quality. That's I always talk to my colleagues about this one. What's image quality? Image quality is not just good as on the textbook, or on the internet, but image quality is good if you have good information regarding what you are looking for. That's good image quality. And what is the importance of ALARA and image quality in diagnostic radiology? Well, ALARA is important because it keeps the radiation dose low and therefore lowering the risk of radiation. Image quality is also important because of the need to provide necessary information and radiograph in order to make an accurate diagnosis. So trade-offs to be considered between image quality and radiation dose, like you are in the imbalance between image quality and dose. You can adjust concerning in one point, but you have to consider that both of these will be sufficient. So this is an example of two CT scan images with two different radiation exposures. On the first image, it on the left side here, it delivers radiation at 12.6 milligray, while the second image here gives radiation only 4.2 milligray. The two images provide slightly different image quality, where the first image here shows a smooth image with sharp details compared to the second one. But these two images has a different radiation exposure. So there is no reason to do CT scan with the first technique compared to the second if you are concerned about dose optimization. This is the image that I will say both of them give me a good information regarding what happened to the patient, but I will not do this one. I will choose this one, this technique, and I will ask the radiograph to make exposure factors to get a lowest dose like in these pictures. So how do radiologists contribute to dose optimization? First, indirect, in promoting ALARA and radiographic procedures like we do in our hospital. Right now we are changing our behavior that we want low radiation dose to the patients, but still the image quality is good, and that's good. We are cooperating with radiographers. The other one is direct action. So change behavior when working with fluoroscope. Okay. So several new techniques and technologies in the current literature have helped to implement dose optimization without compromising image quality. Like in these two journals that I can find in internet, in the on the left side is from 2018, and the right side is from 2009. And we are very happy with the technology that is currently developed. It is reduced our burden to maintain image quality while keeping radiation low. So this is a more like we would like to give to other doctors that you don't have to worry about image quality, because new techniques right now you can lower the dose, but the image quality is still good. So we are promoting more and more dose optimization for doctors. But in fluoroscopy examination, where radiologists can actively participate in implementing dose optimization, there are several factors that can affect patients' dose. The main procedure-related factors are number of radiographic frames per run in cine. So it is recommended that wisely reduce radiographic frame for cine. Second one is collimation. Only adjust collimation to only desired area. And we must aware about fluoroscopic and radiographic acquisition modes. Why? I will tell you later. Fluoroscopic time, this is true, that you must minimize fluoro and ORT and GNA times. So it will keep the dose low. Also the pulse fluoroscopy. In pulse fluoroscopy, the difference pulse fluoroscopy with continuous fluoroscopy is while it minimize time X-ray tube in producing X-ray. Also with magnification. Magnification, it's true that magnification can raise the dose of the patient. So use less magnification to reduce radiation. Distance of patient to image receptor and distance between X-ray tube and patient is also important. And the last one is tube angulation. And this is an example that the difference between fluoroscopy and radiographic acquisition. This is fluoroscopy and this is acquisition, radiographic acquisition frame. And this image produced by radiographic acquisition are more detailed here than in fluoroscopy, but increasing radiation dose. As you can see here, almost this stated that 100 times radiation, increasing radiation compared to fluoroscopy. So this has the consequences that the examination procedure with fluoroscopy, the number of radiographic acquisition must be kept low so that the radiation received by the patient remains low without changing the diagnostic value. So in fluoroscopy, there are continuous mode, continuous fluoroscopy mode, and pulse fluoroscopy mode. So it depends on how the X-ray are produced actually. In this slide, the image on the left is an image from continuous fluoroscopy, and while on the left is from pulse fluoroscopy. From these two images, the difference of image quality is almost non-existent. In fact, it is looks almost the same. However, there's a difference between continuous mode fluoroscopy and pulse fluoroscopy in terms of the amount of radiation they deliver. In this graph, it is illustrated that the radiation dose will be reduced by half if a pulse mode fluoroscopy is used at 15 pulses per second, and will be even lower if used at 3 pulses per second. So that is the difference. But the image is not different at all. It looks almost the same. You can choose pulse rather than continuous fluoroscopy. And imaging geometry is also important in reducing radiation dose that will be received by the patient. In this image show that positioning the image intensifier close to the patient and X-ray tube far from the patient can minimize patient radiation dose. So this is the lowest radiation dose for the patient, and this is the highest dose for the patient. So remember this geometry when you are doing fluoroscopy. Well, that is my recommendation to my colleagues, especially radiologists. So they usually don't care about this geometry because they only care about how can I could make a examination that provide a good information about the patient's disease, but sometimes they don't realize that this is the best ways to do this one. Magnification, because the automatic brightness controller increase the dose of the patient with the magnification increase. So magnification, or often referred as zoom, turns out deliver high radiation dose when compared to normal mode. In magnification mode, the image resolution is good like this one, but once again give the effect of increasing radiation dose significantly to the patient. In here, we can see that in normal mode, if we say that this is a 1 dose unit, but in magnification, at this point, they are increasing dose to 5.5 dose units. So therefore, the use of magnification mode should be considered not to be used all the time. I always talk this to our colleagues that work in pediatric radiology, because sometimes the structure or the anatomical structure of the patient is so small that sometimes they use magnification all the time. So I say that you can use magnification mode, but please consider that not to use all the time. Only use it if you need it and for a short period of time. So this is summary of my presentation. Image quality is very important for radiologists to make a good diagnostic judgment. Radiologist also has obligation to protect patient from radiation harmful effect, and justification and optimization are ways to guarantee radiation protection is well implemented. An active role in optimization can be performed in fluoroscopy for radiologists or doctors who work in fluoroscopy. And this is my final general recommendation to all. I took the slide from IAEA training course on radiation protection, which I think I should be taken into consideration to better understand patient radiation protection. So it is stated that be aware of radiological protection of your patient, and you will also be improving your own occupational protection. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the talk, Dr. Benny. So it's very interesting and important talk. So currently we have one question in Q&A and also 4 people who raise hand, but we should keep the question for at the end of this session after the talk. So the talk will be helped by Dr. Lukmana Evan Lubis with the title of the role of medical physicists in DRL utilization. So, Dr. Lukmana received his bachelor, master, and doctor from Universitas Indonesia, and he is now currently in Universitas Indonesia as a lecturer and also a medical physicist. So please, Dr. Lumanda, give your talk.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Duysen, for the introduction. I believe I can now start to share my screen. Okay. Okay, do you see my screen in full now?
Yeah. No. Okay. So it's the wrong display.
Okay. I see. Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good afternoon, colleagues, friends, and my distinguished professors and members of the AFISMI and also the international community. I'm very pleased that today we are discussing many things which are our duties and our honor to do the duties, including analysis and everything that goes on about the dose to the patient, which is essentially our role. And my name is Evan. As an introduction, I work as a lecturer in the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Indonesia, and also as a medical physicist in the Radiology Unit, Universitas Indonesia Hospital. I take the honor today from the committee to discuss about the role of medical physicists in DRL utilization. It might be a little bit unfamiliar for us to use the terminology DRL utilization, and we might be more drawn to the attention that DRL utilization is the optimization, and that is perfectly the case. So that's what we are going to discuss, and I am enjoying a lot the discussion that we're having from the morning. We have a lot of discussion about these the DRL, Professor Anjali, and then from the data collection side, which is provided by Dr. Donald McLean, and then some information about our those collection techniques that are done in electronic mode, which is online by Bapeten, by Ibu Runi, and then we lastly have an insight about the clinical perspectives of optimization itself. I really enjoyed all the discussion and the materials that are given, and I think for some of us this might be exciting. We learn a lot and we are ready to take more, but maybe, just maybe for some other of us, we might end up being overwhelmed. So many things that we absorb today, and for some of us, maybe a lot of information that we have to digest, and I think we should be taken further back. So I will try to set you back a little bit so that we can take a look further forward. So Winston Churchill said once, the farther back you can look, the further forward you are likely to see. And here we are. I am going to draw you back. I'm not going to start from optimization and DLL, but I'm going to start from the root of all the cause, which is the radiation protection in medicine. Dr. Benny have mentioned many things about that, but I'm going to sum up what is important for us to understand. The radiation protection in medicine has provided us with many things beneficial for our patients and for the society in general. And it can only be achieved by adjusting ourselves to the primary principles that are running the radiation protection in medicine, which is the justification, limitation, and optimization as the primary principles. A lot of my colleagues said the acronym should be JLO, but it's not that singer. It's justification, limitation, optimization. It's just an easy way to remember it. So justification is a practical or scientific or clinical reasoning that grounds and justifies the use of ionizing radiation. It can be ranging from clinical needs, reference from clinicians, and to law or legal requirement, court ruling and investigation by the police and things like that. So that justifies that we are using ionizing radiation at all to the patient or the member of the society. And then the second one, we have the limitation, which are essentially drawn limits of ionizing radiation use that are scientifically backed up by radiobiological constraints. So we can receive radiation dose, ionizing radiation, but there are risks related to it. And some studies in radiobiology and in the clinical sites have proven, has evidence that these radiation use should be limited. We cannot receive radiation dose with unlimited magnitude. So there should be some limitation, and these limitations has been drawn. And normally, as it was dictated by international regulations and drawn into the recommendations, there are state-regulated limits. We do have radiation worker limits. We do have the limit for general public, but we do not have limit for the patient, which are the primary beneficiary of the radiation dose. And that's the case why we have the third principle, which is the optimization. Yes, we can use radiation dose, we can give them to the patients, but there should be some means and efforts to use only low radiation risk or dose. But again, it is really important to take into our minds that those can be used as low as possible, but it has to be reasonably achievable. If we end up with the image that are non-readable or non-diagnostic images, then it is not reasonably achievable. So reasonable means that the image can still be used, can still be beneficial for the patient's diagnosis process. So it is important for us to understand that optimization have tailored application. The aims of the optimization can vary depending on to which we apply them. If we apply them to the general public and validation workers, then we have those constraints for their individual dose, for their personal dose. There will be some value that we take as those constraints. There is a certain mechanism to arrive at such dose constraint, but it is outside the scope of our discussion. And for the patients, there we have the diagnostic reference level, or the DRL, as a means of optimization. So how do we utilize the DRL? What comes after the DRL? So I'm going to take you to an example, a very famous example, very early example from the UK. This is taken from the early works in 1995 to 2005. So the paper was in, I think it's in around 2006 or 7. So it reports the enteral surface dose. You can see in the x-axis is the distribution of the enteral surface dose, and in the y-axis is the frequency of the data. The dotted lines show the national reference level and set at the third quartile of the distribution. And we can see that along the years, we can see a downward trend. So in 1995, we have around here, and then the third quartile in the year 2005 years later, it's around here, it's going down, and it's going even more lower in 2005. We see that there's a trend going down, but according to the paper, this was achieved by improvements in the film screen speed. So it is technologically related. It did not link directly with the practice of determining the dose, or practice of determining the use of certain exposure factors, but this is encouraged by the change of technology that they were using. In the 1995 survey, 44% of the rooms used ISO speeds lower than 400. And in 2005, it is no longer 40%, it was 13%. So the change of technology evidently changed the trends of the dose delivered to the patient. So this leaves another question for our medical physicists. It is evident that the change of technology or the change of habit might take advantage in the lowering the dose to the patient. But then, does it necessarily have to be technologically driven? It can also be practically driven. I have mentioned earlier that we have included also the habit change to the changing of the dose trend. And we are now looking more into what are our practical roles as medical physicists. Where do we stand in the process of optimization? And I'm drawing an underline in the practical role as medical physicists. This is what we're going to discuss shortly. So I do have a case. This is our supposed case now, and in most of the countries that we are acquainted with. So we have a DRL in place, a national or a regional or neighboring countries DRL. We have a DRL in place, a diagnostic reference level in any forms that are obliging with the recommendation of the ICRP. But then what to do with the DRL? We do have the DRL, some numbers. In Indonesia, we are lucky to have the Indonesian DRL, the IDRL. We can access it anytime. Even I do access it anytime. I forget. I cannot remember all the numbers, but I remember exactly the URL. So I visit it every now and then, and it is very handy. Now the question is how to optimize. We have involved the word optimization a lot in discussions, but it is very, very important to understand that we can actually play a practical role in the cycle of optimization. I have mentioned, then I will mention again, that optimization is a cycle. Professor Anjali early today have mentioned that the DRL task or optimization task does not end after one period of investigation. No, it is a cycle, and we are lucky that we did have some experience with the IEA. We tried to. There were 10 countries participating in this project, and then all of which are trying to practice we try to exercise the entire cycle of optimization and then report back. And we decided to make an article out of it, which is very exciting. The project was very exciting, and it was very nice to learn many things from that. So we can now start to look into the cycle that we have been talking about. I have underlined the word cycle. So these are practically the ones we see when we talk about quality. We have the plan, do, check, act cycle, and we start from the plan. We plan by identifying the situation for optimization, or we can mention it as scenario, which scenario that we are needing to optimize. So we start doing by collecting those data and evaluating the image quality. This is very important. Collection of those data requires expertise of medical physicists and radiographers. Meanwhile, the evaluation of image quality is depending 100% on the radiologist. So it cannot be done. The cycle cannot be done without the collaboration and willingness of all the parties that is included in the radiology department. And after we have collected those data and image quality data of those patients, we move on to check. We compare the data between the centers. We happened in this project in 2015 or to 2018, it was a three-year project. We compare the data between the centers, between the countries that were involved with the reference data. And we identify the interventions that can be done individually in the countries, and then we start implementing the interventions. So each countries, each societies might have different way to intervene with the situation. Even in one country, in different institutions, the strategy might be different. And that's the challenge. That's why we do need medical physicists to decide what strategies that can be implemented to discuss with other professions that according to their expertise, they will have something to talk about how we reduce the dose without losing the image quality and losing the diagnostic capability of the images that is being produced. So I mentioned that we have compared data between centers and with reference data. And at that time, the reference data should be the diagnostic reference level. But the countries that are participating in the project comes from many different continents, and it is not relevant to deal with so many data and compare it with one single diagnostic reference level. No, so we just compare between centers. And then identifying interventions needs team approach. It's a multi-profession, including the implementation of the interventions. So this again raises the question, maybe among us, if it is a team approach, then where is our roles? There is one good example from one colleague that is participating in this study. That particular team performed an optimization, a complete cycle of optimization, one cycle in thorax and brain CT. And we can go through all this process. First is done by medical physicists. They do retrospective patient review and then identify what exams were most frequent. And then they extract the patient images extract the information from the DICOM tag and protocol, and then compare it and compose or prepare new protocols that are feasible to be done. And then afterwards, informations were given to the radiologists and radiographers to evaluate and suggest on thorax and head protocols, which parameter that needs to be changed. And then after agreeing such set of parameters, the radiographer will create an optimized protocol in the console for thorax and head. They will either modify or create new protocols. And then there will be some training to the radiographers to use the new protocol, in this case for thorax and head. And then they continually use the new protocol. So afterwards, the radiologist can do clinical evaluation whether the image quality changes. If at this step, the image quality gets lower or it gets more difficult for the radiologist to read the data, then everything has to be canceled and move back to the first step, which is reviewing of the protocols. And this is more important. We're going to talk about this later on, because this is the most important part of medical physics. And then after that, after the radiologist approve that the image quality is not changing, then the medical physicist will redo the evaluation, whether the optimized protocols were implemented or not, and then whether the dose did decrease or not. And then if there are wrong use of optimized protocols, it should be retracted back. And then the medical physicists and radiographers should be working together to perform new training for the radiographers to use the new protocols. And after that, the radiologist can do another clinical evaluation, verifying that the image quality is not taken down. And that's where the three professions can play their role. And then I have mentioned earlier that I say it's more important about this particular step, which is about the protocols. And these are when the actions by medical physicists became really, really important. We are needed to identify the actions, whether we are going to do a dose optimization or image quality optimization. If we are going to if we had the dose level way down, the DRL, way below the DRL, then we need to do the image quality optimization, because the aim of an optimization is not only to reduce the dose. It can also be to increase the image quality. So when the dose level is significantly lower than the DRL, we can increase the dose, but it will be only successful if the image quality increases also significantly. So that's the key point. So we help by enlisting probable protocol alternatives, and this is really important. We verify and analyze the dose and image quality change as an effect of the change of the protocols. And it should be a study that is our expertise. So we cannot just say that the dose is increasing or the image quality is increasing or something like that, but we need to prove it scientifically by numbers, by evidence that yes, it does increase, or no, it is not increasing. So there should be a study as an evidence that the image quality and dose is optimized. And this will provide confidence to the radiologists and the radiographers that we are as a team are doing the right thing. So I'm going to take you to some example that we have been involved, some works which we can discuss. The first work is a draft. It is not yet published by a colleague, and it was a very, very simple work about optimization of dose in epi projection of thorax examination. This is a very simple approach. And then the second work was published in 2019, I guess, in CT optimization. And the rest of the two was the work which is a little bit more complicated in the cath lab. So the first work to the fourth work is laid out on the order of simplicity. So the first one is the simplest one, and then the more we get to the examples, also sometimes we are going to get more and more complex. So I'm going to take you to the first work, which is more simple, which is the simplest one. So this work was an exercise. It is a very, very simple and simplistic, I must say, exercise, which is driven by the COVID-19 pandemic. Why? Because during this pandemic, we received skyrocketing CSR as a routine checks for the patient, for the COVID patient. And it is also very nice that the IDRL was released during the pandemic. So the colleagues that are involved in the team feel that it is timely to utilize the IDRL to as a tool for optimization. And the case that they were taking is the AP, projection of thorax examination. So they use a phantom to represent the patient, and then the practice in the hospital happened to have a single set of parameter that is used over and over again. It is 80 kVp, 200 mA, and 7 MAs. It's used every day, and they have a problem that after studying about the dose, about number of dose, and performing the dose audit, they found out that they are giving 0.65 milligrams, while the IDRL is 0.40 milligrams. So something needs to be done to lower this down without losing the image quality. So then they come up with some other alternatives, 5 other alternatives, and then they ask the radiologist to check which of these alternatives have an image quality that is comparable to the first one, or that is better than the first one. And the radiologist, which was an expert in his field, which has years and years of experience, provided information that the 3 of these images have comparable image quality to the first one. So nothing is changed according to the radiologist. And then they proceed to analyze the dose, and they found out that one of them, the 3 of them have lower dose, and they found out that one of them have the lowest dose. So this combination of parameters were then suggested and were evaluated and chosen to be the parameter of choice when they are doing routine checks for pandemic-related patients. And this was an exercise. A work is underway to analyze whether a success have been done by doing the dose audit, and it is not yet completed. So this is a draft of the work that can be an example, an easy way. If you do not have this phantom, you can use another phantom that can represent image quality in practical sense. And then we move over to the second example, which is a little bit more complex. It was performed in Head City. It was performed when the IDRL was not established in 2019, and they perform a 2-step approach. One is pre-intervention dose audit. So we perform a dose audit, and then this is very important, an image quality survey. So we carried out the first author at the time. She carried out a full dose audit to hundreds and hundreds of those data, and then from that images, she also managed to perform a survey to the radiologist to score the image quality. And then because scoring image quality is difficult, we use unique scores. They are score 1, 2, and 3. Score 1 is, this is a poor image, I cannot read it. And then score 2 is, this is adequate, only for now, but next time please improve. And then score 3 is, this is very good, keep it up. I like this kind of image. So we keep it simple so that we can actually know what does the radiologist feel about that image quality. So we are not using complicated physics image quality. So we are improving where we try to elaborate what the radiologists feel using the scoring. And before the optimization, we found that the CTDI 63.6, and then the DLP is such. And then first intervention is enlisted here. So the first intervention was activating the MR modulation and strict scan length, reducing the scan length into an area that is necessary to be scanned. And then the second intervention is activating the MR modulation and reduce in KVP. So the dose data, we can look into the DLP before the optimization, first step optimization, and the second step optimization. There is a decrease, a trend of decrease of the dose. But we are not stopping there because we do not want to have the dose affecting the image quality. So the image quality survey moved on and carried on. And we see that the three radiologists agrees that more and more image fall into the category number 3 after the second intervention. So during the first intervention, it is dominated by score number 2. This is adequate image quality for now, but please improve next time. And after the second intervention, more of the data falls into the category of number 3. So for example, in the first intervention on the such number fall into category number 3. And then after the second intervention, it triples up. So we believe that it was a success. So the protocol was then locked, and then they used the new protocol after that. And then a follow-up study was done and was published elsewhere. So about the next works, it is about the optimization in the cath lab, which is quite challenging. It is for interventional procedure where currently there were no DRL present or they are utilized. So we began working on task-based optimization. We help clinicians to choose fluoroscopy modes. Because apparently choosing the fluoroscopy modes, this is the fluoroscopy mode, not the pulse mode. This is the continuous mode. Usually there are modes like this, modes 1, 2, 3, and then it is not as simple as choosing the modes of our blender. So it requires a physics, knowledge in physics, and then some works that we chose to use an in-house phantom. We create a phantom to mimic the contrast, which is injected to the blood vessels. So this is the phantom that we are using. We do have the SNR. We calculate the SNR across the different modes, of course, and then we calculate the figure of merit. This is the parameter that I really like because it compares between the image quality, the SNR, and the dose, the surface area. So whenever we arrive with the image with high SNR, but with also high dose, then the overwhelm will go down, and it will tell us how preferable that mode in use was in question. So we did have a result that no contrast improvement was obtained by selecting normal mode. So we have 3 modes: the low dose, the normal mode, and high dose mode. So when we select low dose, we have high figure of merit, which means low amount of dose. And then if we choose the normal dose, the figure of merit is more or less the same with the high dose. So when we look at the SNR, yes, we did have higher SNR in the high dose mode, but the low dose mode and the normal dose mode has comparable SNR. So there is no use of doing the normal mode. If you want to get high contrast, then use the high dose mode. But if you don't need it, use the low dose mode. Do not use the normal dose mode because it didn't change the image quality in terms of contrast, but it changed the dose. So that's the finding that we have in these two studies. So we return before we conclude that yes, we do have significant roles in optimization. Technically, as I said in the studies, yes, we can do studies. We should be doing studies to back up our team's decisions. And then outside the technical roles, we also do have the non-technical actions that are expected from medical physicists. The technical actions, yes, you can see in green. We should provide accurate dose data to routine dose audits. And we calculate international DRL or typical value and taking active parts in updating the national DRL. We have to ensure that those methods involved are accurate. We take part in the identification of actions, whether it is optimization of dose or image quality, and we provide those information on probable protocol alternatives. We verify, we perform a study, a mini study to say, to verify and analysis the data that is performed, that is being produced. And we evaluate the success optimization in the team, post-optimization dose and image quality study, and this is the technical action. The non-technical actions are we should be able to keep the mood and the momentum, because optimization is not a 2 or 3 weeks work. It is at least 6 months work, and people get bored, and then we should be able to keep the mood and the momentum of the optimization. We should be able also to bridge the communication between professions and ourselves, and we should be able to help the team, assist the entire team in gripping the essence of utilizing the DRL and the optimization, why it is important, why it is needed to be for everyone to be on board. And it is the last but not important, we should keep ourselves updated about the recent issues. For example, the previous publication about DRL states the local DRL, and now it is the typical value that is representing the dose, the typical delivered dose to the patient in institutional level. And I would like to close with some tips for optimization from the paper. One is inclusion. We must involve medical physicists, radiographers, and radiologists. There is no way that optimization can be successful without one of them. So we should also seek external expertise and advice if unsure. The calibration, we have to check the accuracy and tolerance of the dose parameters. If we have automatic dose display, then we should be able to check. If we have our own dosimeters, then we have to check also, and we have to be stringent about it. Recording and retrieving data for data review, we have to keep the recording nice, because if it is not, then it will be difficult for us to track the success or the failure of the optimization. Data accuracy have to be checked at each stage of automated data transfer if we are using an automated data transfer. In case of the manual transcription of data, we do this. We have to get it independently checked. Be careful about unit conversion and calibration coefficients. We are physicists. We have to be careful of the units and get them independently checked one by one. Consider uncertainties in a comparison of data, and do not leave the step of image quality evaluation. Do not just concentrate on the dose. We have to encourage clinicians to participate and use appropriate image quality grading scale. The intervention level, we have to ensure clinical acceptability via phantom tests and gradual introduction. Phantom tests, studies. And during the implementation, we have to provide training to clinical staff and ensure this step occurs. And last but not least, the results, we have to share with all involved staff. Do not make optimization a business of your own. This belongs to everyone. Everybody should be able to have access to the result, to the process, and should be able to learn from it as a team. So I think I might have crossed the time limit. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Evan, for the interesting talk. So we have 3 interesting talk. Now we come to the discussion session. So we have 5 people who raise hands and 1 question in Q&A. So maybe first from the people who raise hands. So first from Sudibyo Dwi Saputro. So maybe you can so maybe committee can unmute Sudibyo Dwi Saputro. I cannot unmute, so maybe from host, maybe committee.
We already request him to unmute, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay, so maybe from next Roni Prisantio. No. Okay, maybe next Awan Pelawi from Sumatera Utara. So please give your question. No. Okay, maybe we step to the next question from Gatot Purwanto Dwi. So please unmute and ask your question. No. Okay, so maybe from the Q&A first. So for Dr. Benny, so if examination by request not order, what should we do to culture in Indonesia? Which is some hospital apply chest CT scan as one of requirement to inpatient rawat inap. So please, Dr. Benny.
Thank you very much, moderator. So a referral or request form for a radiological procedure is not a form of command, but rather a form of consultation between the referring doctor and the radiological medical practitioner. So if the request is just to be unjustified, then it should not be done. Do not forget that it is justified if it gives the maximum benefit to the patient compared to the risk the patient will receive. Back to the question. If the patient has the benefit from the procedure, then it is justified. But if it not, then it is unjustified. And who then take the most benefit? I give it back this question to you. Of course, changing a bad habit is not easy. The culture, the bad habit is not easy. But with more and more awareness, I think everyone will agree that no one wants to hurt their patient and then hurt themselves. As Bond called for action in 2012, 3A is important: awareness, appropriateness, and audit. So in this level, I think you must do more and more awareness to your colleagues in your hospital. In Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital, we regularly do seminars and radiation protection awareness to all doctors, nurses, and other medical practitioners to make this matter. So I think that's my answer. Thank you, moderator.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Dr. Benny. So maybe anyone who want to ask to the three speakers here. So we have maybe, I don't know the name here. So already. Okay. No. Is there any question from Pak Gatot? Still raise hand. Okay, maybe I have one question for Bu Runi. So, so we have Si Intan. So, supporting from all over of Indonesia. So, it's huge data. So, how Bapeten can how the technique? So the maybe just the how maybe just the main how the Bapeten can conclude that the DRL is, for example, for conventional radiology is with the value of this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question, Pak Dwi Seno. I'm not really following your question. I mean, you're talking about how we collect the data, or I'm so sorry.
So how you analyze? So maybe the data is so big, right?
Yes.
So and I don't know. Maybe so maybe you have so I think maybe just only main structure or something like that.
Yeah. Of course, we make we sort the data, and then we even can communicate with the the institution or the persons to input the data if we think that the data is not really reliable. So there is a communication room for this collecting data. Hopefully it answers. But just a minute. I have my colleague Bu Endang. Bu Endang, hello. And Zulfahmi, are you following this conversation? Could you just give more detailed information about how we use or sort the data?
Yeah, maybe this is interesting. How Bapeten can analyze.
Yes, we have what we call is the admin or PIC.
Yeah.
To gather the data, but Bu Endang and Pak Zulfahmi, are you here? Pak Rus, I think Pak Rus is here. Pak Rus, hello. Are you following the conversation? Or Pak Zul, could you just give more information?
Mr. Zulfahmi, there is a Zoom. He can unmute, please.
Okay. Is my sound clear?
Yeah. So
yeah. What is the question again, please?
So how Bapeten analyze the data from whole Indonesia for the DRL? Do you
about the
you just following some protocol or something? So maybe audience can know the interest. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. First, yeah, of course, we from our side, from the administration, so absolutely we get the data based on the protocol, how to get the DRR, right? And then after we get the data, and we try to what do you call it? Delete the duplicate data, because every institution will have some duplicate data, and we try to eliminate every each of them. And then after we get the result of the third quartile of the DRLs, and we try to yes, like Buruni said earlier about the data. So that's how we get the data. Is that answered the question?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Pak Zulkarnain.
Okay. Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
So we have some question here. To Dr. Benny, how to justification the diagnostic quality image or not? If in P6 we know image quality with SNR, CNR, etc. How the radiologist perspective?
So I clarified the question. So how justification diagnostic quality image good or not?
Yeah.
Probably the question.
Maybe like that. Yeah.
As I mentioned before, the image quality is good when radiologists get maximum information regarding abnormality inside the patient. Is there enough information regarding the lesion of abnormality inside the patient? Whether you know that there is abnormality, this is not just abnormality, but this is maybe this is just an artifact. That is not radiologists want to get when dealing with the patient. So the information regarding the abnormality is important for radiologists. That is good. That is make a difference between good or not. And how about the borders of abnormality? Is that blurry? Is that sharp of the borders of the abnormality? That's also important for radiologists. So that is, I think, the few things that radiologists wants to point presence and acute quality of image. I think that is the answer.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Benny. So for Buruni, so if IDRL is obtained by key 3 of DRL, how with key 2 DRL quantity from facility? So
what's the question actually? I mean,
I don't know either. So
Q2, yeah, we use
maybe
what I can say that we there's like a curve for Gauss distribution, and for the quartile 3 we use it for the national DRL, but for the local DRL we use the quartile 2. It is I mean, we follow the ICRP 135. So then may I know the question about the Q2? I mean the quantity. What you mean by the quantity? Maybe you are questioning or asking about the value of the.
Yeah. So because maybe the IDRL is Q3, but how about the quantity from facility? So maybe
okay.
Yeah, maybe is it published maybe for or not? So maybe like that.
Oh, okay. I'll just try to hopefully this will answer the questions. So the DRL actually is, is the next step of the local DRL. How that's how we get the value. So the local we call local DRL, which is the quantity or the value given for just one hospital, and then from at least 20 when we have the local DRL from at least 20 hospitals, and then from that data, for the local DRL we use the quartile 2, but then from 20 at least 20 hospitals with their local DRL, then we get the data from the quartile 3 to achieve or to get the national DRL. That's the step that we were using. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay. Yeah, I hope so. So, okay, maybe we go to the next. Maybe it's not the question. This is the just from of silicon rubber optimization the eyes and abdomen during fluoroscopy or CT examination. Silicon rubber can reduce dose and still good image for radiologists. Can we work together with Dr. Zainal from Diponegoro University and RSCM? What do you think about that, Professor Dr. Benny? So maybe Dr. Benny can answer from Pak Zainal, Universitas Diponegoro.
Thank you very much, Pak Zainal Arifin. Well, we are open for cooperation with anyone for producing any positive progress in dose optimization, because as we know that dose optimization is one thing that's still a problem in many of the radiology institutions. And I think if and I think with the Diponegoro University, Diponegoro University is also a big and respectable university. I think RSM will be honored to have a cooperation with Diponegoro University, but not just only with RSCM. I think Pak Zainal Arifin, but we must also ask Universitas Indonesia, because RSM and Universitas Indonesia is one thing in particular. So I think between Diponegoro University, RSCM, and Universitas Indonesia, I think if they are working together and what Pak Zainal Arifin proposed, I think the best way will come. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Benny. So there are 3 persons still raise the hands. So maybe from Pak Awan Pulawi. Please. Okay, not yet. So maybe from for Buruni, how Indonesian contribution for ASEAN DRR? So maybe it's from the anonymous.
Okay, we are the team member of this DRL. I mean, with also Dr. Evan, right? Dr. Evan, that we are working on it, but we still haven't established or determined for the Asian DRL. I think Dr. The professor, Dr. I'm so sorry, I forgot the name. I mean, the first presenter, I think she was talking about this Asian DRL. Yeah, we contributed positively. So hopefully, then I don't know, but in the perhaps in a not in a long time before, then we can establish the Asian DRL.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Bu Runi. Maybe Evan can answer.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, yes. Professor Anjali has mentioned that the ASEAN DRL is now ongoing, and it is currently not in the step of data collection yet. So yes, when we are composing the team, I proposed to Dr. Anjali for us to include our team member from Bapeten, because our data is there. The data is in Bapeten. I strongly oppose the idea that we collect another data. For me, that is not necessary. We already have data in the Bapeten. So I encourage that Bapeten team for Bapeten to join, and it was approved. So yes, there are representatives with us from Bapeten in the team, the ASEAN DRL, and they contributed actively when we are asked, we are requested to collect the data. Then the data that we will supply to the ASEAN community is the data from SIINTAN. So we cannot, I think it is not possible for us to collect another data. We have to stick to the commitment that SIINTAN is the sole data, the single data, those data in Indonesia. So that's how everything works. So if you want to contribute in the ASEAN DRL, please do contribute in SIINTAN first. Then your data will be submitted to the ASEAN DRL. So we are one data. So that's maybe my remark.
Thank you, Dr. Evan, for more information about this.
Okay, thank you, Evan. So we have still, I don't know, maybe Pak Sudipyo, do you want to ask something? No. Okay. Pak Roni Prisianto. No. Okay, so to all speakers, so there is one question: how's Indonesian issue particular for optimization process? So maybe from Bu Runi first.
Okay, this is really an interesting question. Yes, because I can say we are struggling for this optimization process. You know that we are joining the website, what is it? Information management system of the IAEA. It is called RASIMS. Radiation Safety Management Information System, and then it is categorized into some topics, and we make it. I mean, like we evaluate ourselves. It's like our own evaluation, but then it should be validated and submitted to the IAEA to get the review from the IAEA. And one of the category or group is that optimization process. I forgot the full name, but it's about optimization. And then so far our score, if I can say that, I mean they put the score into a color: green, yellow, and red, and we are in the yellow color. So then we have to evaluate about the result of the review of the IAEA. So because yellow means that we are still weak in doing or working on the optimization process. And of course, we also have issued the regulation about the optimization process, such as this DRL is a part of the optimization process, but it's not only that. In our regulation, and then also, but I have to admit that we have the regulation, but the implementation for the regulation by our colleague in the inspection directorate is still not that strong. So that's why then we as the regulatory body will still have to work on it, how to make the the best oversight to the health facilities as one of our licensee, so to maximize or to optimize the optimization as one of the principle of radiation safety. So that's that I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Runi. Maybe from Dr. Benny, maybe your opinion about the.
Yes, I agree with Bu Runi. Until now, optimization is a slow-growing process in our radiology society. I think we're still in process of awareness, still way beyond that action for optimization will take. But we optimistic that in the not so far future, our society will also active in promoting those image quality optimization. I think that if Bapeten will also encourage all of the people who works in radiation will also think and promoting and also implementing optimization radiation, those optimization, I think we will support because we work for the better of our patients. That's from our perspective as radiologists. Thank you.
Okay, well noted, Dr. Benny. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Benny. Maybe from Evan, is there any?
Maybe a little bit comment. I would say that we are not the only country that struggles with optimization. Optimization is difficult everywhere, even in Europe, I think. And it is almost impossible to achieve this the golden process of optimization. It is almost impossible if I'm speaking to the medical physicists. If we are not aware, as Dr. Benny have mentioned, we are still in the step of awareness. First, we have to be aware, and then second, we have to contribute, and then the third part is to contribute more in the optimization step. The studies, our competence, our understanding of the dose quality and the quantities, the units, we have to be able to feed ourselves with strong core knowledge of physics on the image quality, the clinical image quality, which is the domain of the doctors, and the technical image quality, which can help the clinicians and doctors to gain an image of their decisions about image quality. And then we have to be able to be an integral part of the team that acts as a glue to the team. And without that, optimization is nearly impossible, I think. So there should be some concrete act from all of us. I'm speaking about the medical physicists in AFISMI in general, and I can add to Bu Runi and Dr. Benny and the others maybe that AFISMI is planning to perform a series of workshops again to boost the knowledge of the medical physicists about participation of CINTAN. And afterwards, we are also in the early stage of planning to set up like discussion groups and help groups like help desk for our members to be actively contributing in Intan, and maybe we will ask for a training for trainers from Bapeten first, and then we can provide our members with helps, with assistance in participating in filling up the Intan, and not just filling up the Intan, but what to do after, how to do optimization and things.
Yes.
That's the preliminary information that I can give you, Buruni and Dr. Benny and others. Thank you.
Your information really makes my day, Dr. Evan. That's the best news that we'd like to hear. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Evan. So maybe we have discussed of Rusmanto question. Maybe Rusmanto just want to ask directly. Pak Rusmanto, do you want to ask directly? Because there's a, or maybe you want to ask with Bahasa or Pak Rusmanto?
Pak Dwi, I think Pak Rusmanto is answering the question from another.
Oh, okay, okay.
Another question.
Okay, okay. Okay, so yeah. Okay.
Can I have a little talk with Buruni?
Yeah, yeah. Please.
Buruni, if right now radiologists becoming more and more aware of optimization, but I think if Bapeten want to make it more intense with the society, I think Buruni as a part of Bapeten could also, if I may say, ask our society to more active in Bapeten activity. I mean, I know that there is a IDRL will also right now in discussion with Bapeten, but I think PDSRI will be the one that you have to be invited. Thank you, Buruni.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Benny. Yes, we are planning, of course. I mean, in fact, we have the focus group discussion last month involving organization of profession, and one of them is. I'm sorry, but can I ask you? Is it the same PDSRI and PDSRKI? Is it the same?
I must say it is not.
I see. I thought PDSRKI is the next step of the video.
No,
also,
but
it's different.
No, we don't talk in here, but we can discuss it later. But
okay, that's okay. Yeah, because we invited that PDSRKI. So
yes.
That means we haven't invited PDSRI.
Yes.
Okay, then I put it in my note that next time.
Thank you very much, Buruni. I appreciate. We appreciate for that.
Yes, thank you for your reminding us. Okay.
Thank you. So maybe one question from Muhammad Rusdi. So please, you can ask directly. Muhammad Rusdi. No? Not yet, or? Okay. So, okay. Is there any question?
Pak Dwi, may I have your attention just a little bit? I mean, if there is no more question, I just would like to give just one more information regarding our event.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, previously I have informed you about our next occasion in Bali, which is that seminar keselamatan nuklir 24 Agustus 2022, 24th of August 2022. But we also have one more occasion, which is actually related to this occasion, seminar Si Intan. You can also see in our website. We plan to hold it on July the 13th, 13 Juli. And then also we call for paper, which is due on June the 3rd. So please, everyone here, could you join our seminar? It's about DRL, it's about a patient dose. And if you have anything, any idea regarding such matter, please make your paper and then submit to us. Thank you, Pak Dwi. I'll give the floor back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Roni. So maybe there is one question about, has DRL been applied to fluoroscopy? Maybe Evan can answer.
I think Bu Roni can answer the question.
Has DRL been applied to fluoroscopy?
Okay, we are doing it this year.
Okay.
So we have established the national DRL for CT scan and the X-ray general radiography last year. And then this year, we are working on 2 other modalities, the diagnostic nuclear medicine and that fluoroscopy or interventional radiology. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Runi. So maybe we have already discussed more. So I hope from the talk and also from the discussion can enlighten our knowledge about the DRL. So thank you very much for the speakers, Ibu Runi, Dr. Beni, and also Evan for interesting and important talk. So now I will give the set to the MC. So please, Ahmad Shafi'i.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dwi Seno, for informative and comprehensive discussion. And so before we are going to our last session, please open your Q&A box, because the committee has published the attendance list and then the post test. So for whoever who want to receive certificate for this webinar, please fill these 2 of link. The first is the attendance list, and then the second is the post test. So to make sure that everyone in here is filling these 2 links, so I will give maybe 3 or 5 minutes to fill these 2 links first. So take your time. And for the information, you will after you fill the post test, you will have access to the G Drive, and then the certificate will be there after seven days work. So you need to fill it today, and then please wait for 1 week, and then you will receive the certificate in the G Drive.
Excuse me, Pak Ahmad Shafi'i.
Yep.
Will all participants be given the presentation material of the presenters today?
Yeah, we have to check the committee first, but I think participant can receive the material also.
Okay, because I consider myself as a participant too, then eager to have the other presentation materials. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You will have my presentation.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Benny.
One more information. Please fill the link with the Gmail that you used to apply this webinar, because maybe some participants. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. So for all participants that have difficulties in filling out the link for the for the attendance list and then for the survey process, so okay, if so for the participant, if you have difficulties in filling out the posters and then attendance list, please use the suitable your account Gmail that you have registered to our Zoom, because maybe the Zoom and the posters is connected, so you have to make sure that you have access for the survey and then posters with the same Gmail account. Okay, thank you very much. And then, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the edge of our webinar today. Our last agenda is closing remarks and extending appreciation to the related parties by committee and by KTKI. So we would also like to request Dr. Lumanda Evan Lubis to officially close this program. Mr. Evan, please come to the spotlight.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. MC. I have to begin this closing with a statement of gratitude, of course, for all the speakers, and first, of course, for KTKI for managing to facilitate us for the entire workshop and webinar. The ideas and support is clearly well appreciated. And I have to thank again our speakers, Professor Anjali, Dr. Donald McLean, Ibu Runi, Dr. Benny, for sharing their knowledge, which is very, very important. The knowledge that we have here is essentially important for us and could be used and should be used for determining our future course. And lastly, I would like to thank all the participants and all the audience, and of course, to the committee who has worked really, really hard and who has provided their energy invested to make sure that this international webinar is running into a success. And I thank again all the committee and moderators, Dr. Carol Anam and Dr. Duiseno, and all everyone. So thank you very much. I hope this is not the end of our efforts for using and empowering the effort for optimization to diagnostic reference level. There is a national program to that. We should be able to support and make sure that everything will lead to success for our patient and for our profession. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and see you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evan, for concise closing remarks. So this is the end of our webinar today. And thank you for your day with us. And please take home this important knowledge to your center and make some upgrade toward the diagnostic reference level. And now, to end the day, I would leave you with a quote by Stewart Brand, an author and an innovative thinker, who once said, "We can see the past but not influence it. We can influence the future but not see it." So let us all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout this webinar, and be able to see and influence our future. Thank you, and see you again in the next opportunity. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih
Bu
banyak,
Runi,
Pak
Dr.
Ahmad,
Benny,
Pak Evan, terima kasih. Dr. Benny,
semuanya.
Pak Khairul Anam, terima kasih.
Terima kasih, sampai-sampai Bu. Terima kasih semuanya.
Semuanya.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Boleh pamit ya, Pak Evan?
Silakan Ibu, terima kasih.
Ya,
Saya juga,
semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.